All right, good evening, everybody. We are live on the YouTubes, so it'll be on replay on YouTube and Rumble later, of course. And we're also think GunStreamer as well, and possibly GunTube. I don't remember if it goes over there or not anymore. But yeah, that's there. So yeah. I don't have anyone here right now, so. Rob said he had family stop over, so he doesn't know if he's going to make it until later, or if he makes it at all. And yeah, it's understandable. Family does have a tendency to show up sometimes and throw a monkey wrench into things. Where everybody else is, I don't know. So could be a short show if nobody else shows up. That's all I know. But right now I'm the only one, like I said, the only one here, and really didn't have much to talk about tonight. So we'll see if anybody else shows up. But anybody, I did find a interesting deal in my email before I went live. If anybody's looking for 9mm ammunition, got Global Ordnance has this deal. Get 1,000 rounds of Bellum, which is made in Serbia, for $289.99, and it comes in these little plastic boxes that you can see there. There you go. Get a better view of that. See, it comes in like a little, looks like a little plastic box with a tray, which could be cool for reloaders if that's reusable. You can keep your ammo in that when you reload it too. So could be a cool way to get a little brass for your reloading, some ammo, and a little box to keep your reloaded stuff in. So I mean, $289 these days for a case of 124 grain full metal jacket isn't too bad. I mean, let's be honest. Compared to what some ammos cost, it's a fairly decent price. So, stupid YouTube window didn't want to stay, or YouTube chat window didn't want to stay open. Kept putting the close on me. Don't know why. But out there in the chat so far was Woods. He said hello. So evening to you, sir, if you're still out there. And remember, if you are out there and you don't say anything, we don't know you're there. So. Hey, Krabby. I don't know if you just saw the deal I was showing, but if you're in the market for any 9mm full metal jacket, Krabby, Global Ordnance has a good deal on the Bellum Serbian-made stuff. They want a $289.99 for a case of 1,000, which again, full metal jacket, 124 grain. Yeah, I might as well share again so you can see it. Yeah, see, $289.99 for that. If you'd rather have loose in a bucket, they went $279.99 for 1,000. Or no, not even 99, just a $279 for a plastic bucket, 1,000 rounds. So thought those were pretty decent deals. Yeah, see, there's the bucket, 1,000 round bucket, same ammo, still the 24 grain, 124 grain of it. So somebody jumping in. Kingpin jumping in. Hey, how are you tonight?
Yep.
So did you see the ammo deal I was showing?
No, I No.
Well, if you're looking for any 124 grain full metal jacket 9mm, Global Ordnance has a bucket of loose rounds for 279. Or if you prefer just to have a case of it, and I put the wrong button. Other way. Other way. There we go. 1,000 round case, same ammo, 124 grain, 9mm, 289.99. And it comes in little plastic boxes, which would be cool for like reloaders because they can reuse those boxes to keep their ammo in.
That's not a bad deal.
No, that's what I thought. That's why I just got this in my email before it went live, and I was like, hey, I'll share this with everybody. Maybe somebody will be in the market for some 9mm.
I've never heard of those people. Vellum.
Yeah, it's Serbian. They're made in Serbia. I've heard of it, but I've never used it. But it's
I've
got good
heard,
reviews. It's got 5 stars.
I've heard of the global ordnance thing before.
Yeah. So yeah, they get some good deals on Global Ordnance. They're the ones that, if you remember back when Travis was doing his Black Friday deal, where you bought one gun and you got one free. So yeah, they get some interesting deals on there from time to time. So, anyway, if you're in the market for some 124 grain or just anything you can shoot at the range for that matter, it's not a bad deal. A hell of a lot better than what some other places are charging for 9mm still. Anyway, thought I'd share that.
What's going on, Krabby?
Defense stat said he's seen some 124 grain going for 249 place. Doesn't say where, but says mostly Blazer or Fiocchi. So there are deals out there if you can find it. I just thought the case one of that was pretty interesting because if you're reloading, you get 124 grain for the range. You get 1,000 brass cases after you shoot it, and you get the little boxes that you can keep whatever you reload in. Instead of like a cardboard box like everybody else, it's a little plastic box they keep yours in. So, interesting little storage idea.
Yeah. I find like the ammo that comes in the plastic cases, it's easier to drop uh, empty casings in there and get them back out,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to like, you know, Winchester White Box, for instance. The styrofoam is kind of thick, so if you drop an empty case in there, you got to turn it upside down to get the thing out.
Yeah, I like the ones that come with the little plastic tray myself that you slide in the cardboard box. Defense stats saying that Shields had 1,000 rounds for 239. That's not that for the Fiocchi. That's not a bad deal at all. Sadly, here on the East Coast, we don't have any. So, yeah. Well, you seen any ammo deals lately? Or
No, man, I don't buy. I still like I don't buy ammo from a store very often. I think the last time I bought the little gun store that I like to go to slash pawn shop, I bought a case of that 9mm I was telling you and Jason. That was like 2 years ago now, or at least a year ago. All the other ammo I either buy from people or acquire other ways.
I just get these things in my email.
I'm not above doing it right now. Like, for instance, that seems like a pretty good deal. I'm not, if I was an internet shopper, I might be more inclined to order, but I don't like ordering stuff online.
Yeah, just looking to see what other kind of deals I got in my email. Not a whole lot, really. CDNN does have interesting deals right now on Walther and HK. Everybody's looking for Walther PDP. If you get one from over on CDNN, they're giving you a free Ameriglow red dot to go with it. They're saying it's a $379 value for the Ameriglow red dot. I don't know. I've never priced Ameriglow red dot, so I don't know how much they go for. But that's what they're saying on there. And I believe if you buy a HK from them right now, they're giving you free night sights and an extra magazine, which isn't a bad deal if you know HK magazine. You're paying like $50 a magazine for an HK magazine, depending on what gun it is. So free night sights and magazine, that's a good buy. And if you buy a full size VP9, they're also giving you a rebate in the form of $100 towards HK's web store. So that could be another 1 to 2 magazines right there if you think about it that way, or spare parts, what have you. So get some good deals going there. I can't tell you what prices they have because you got to call them for the price on their VP9s because they says call for price too low to print, which is possible because companies set a price that they can advertise, and if you go below that price, you can't advertise the price on what you're selling. So keep that in mind if you want to jump in on any of those deals. So those are gun deals I saw today anyway when I was checking my email. Let's see who's out there in the chat. Got Defense Dad as mentioned. Buck's out there. Ozzy. Vanessa Kitty's out there. I already mentioned Krabby. So evening, folks. Jason Stewart just popped in out there. He's got a link if he's able to jump. Nope, there he is. Speaking of them. I was just about to say, Jason's got a link if he wants to jump in, and as I'm in the middle of saying it, you jump in. So evening, Jason.
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
Yeah, we were just going over some deals. I got my email. If you're looking for any 9mm, Jason, Global Ordnance has 124 grain full metal jacket, a case of it for $289, and it comes in these nice little boxes that you can keep your reloaded stuff in after you reload, after you shoot all what you get in that case. So it's not just the brass that's reusable. Or if you prefer, you can get a bucket of it for $279.
Yeah, I'm pretty good on 9mm.
And CDNN, if you don't like the plastic pistols. Walther PDP, you get if you buy one of those, they're giving you a free optic for on it. And the HK, if you buy any HK, you get free night sights. If you buy a VP9, the full size VP9, you get a free magazine too. That's right, you get an extra magazine, so you get extra magazine night sights with any HK, and then with the VP9, you get the magazine, the night sights, and $100 rebate, which is usable on HK's store, where you can buy yourself another 1 to 2 magazines, have spare parts, whatever with that. So they get there's some interesting deals out there right now.
I saw one got in my email today. If you buy a new Colt, you get Pride and a silly ass grin for free with it.
Buy a Colt Python, you get the feeling of having overspent.
Hey, now, Python's not the only gun they make now.
I didn't say there are other guns. I just specifically said the Python.
I'd like to try one of their new rifles.
Yeah,
Those look really good to me.
I got an email the other day. I forget who it was, but they had the King Cobra for not a bad price. You know, it was around $800, which isn't bad.
Nah, I don't like the frames on them Cobras.
I didn't say Cobra. I said King Cobra.
Probably get one. Probably get one someday. But yeah, it's that one size smaller, you know, and I just don't really care for those Cobras.
Well, the King Cobra is the same size as the Python. It's just not made to the same standard as the Python. The Cobra, yeah, the Cobra, that's their 38. King Cobra is 357 still, like the Python. Oh, another thing, my son told my wife that the pre-done Kool-Aid in the little bottles, you know, remember the ones that plastic look like little Coke bottles? You just twist the thing off the top and you squeeze it to drink it. He said those and the Hugs don't have as much flavor as they used to. So wife and I, we were at the supermarket for a little bit earlier today, and they had these on sale, so we decided we'd try them just to see if he was telling the truth. And yeah, these things have hardly any flavor to them. You know what? How Gatorade fruit punch tastes when you get a Gatorade fruit punch? That's what it tastes like. I mean, it's really weak.
He said Kool-Aid too, and Caprice.
I said that already. Weren't you paying attention?
No.
Sticks her nose in, doesn't even pay attention to the whole conversation. I tell you. Yeah, definitely not as much flavor as there used to be.
Gizzard Gary, Guns and
Yeah.
Barbecue.
Hey, Gary.
Hey,
Hey, Giz.
sorry I'm
Sorry,
late.
I was about to say, sorry I invited you to that chat. I completely forgot that you go out to lunch with them on Saturdays, man. That was my fault.
That's all right.
It's last minute chicken.
Yeah, I thought I'd show up to your show.
I was having internet problems and then computer problems. I don't know if you caught any of the wrestling show last night. I had to order a new motherboard for my desktop.
Yeah, what happened? The lightning get it, or
It was having issues with the Wi-Fi card at the start. So my daughter gave me hers because she just got a new motherboard that has built-in Wi-Fi to see if, you know, switching the Wi-Fi cards, something must have shorted or something, because I went to reboot it and it was dead from that point.
Oh, the rest of the story. Yesterday you didn't tell me you was working on it, and then it didn't power back.
Well,
up.
no, it powered on. I went to reboot it after reinstalling the drivers, and boom, dead. It was just dead.
Did you shake it around for loose screws?
There's no loose screws.
not in the computer anyway.
Yeah, not in the computer anyway. Exactly.
No, it's not loose anymore. It done soldered itself to the board when the power got turned on.
But yeah, we tested the power supply, and the power supply is working. It the way it looks, it looks like a motherboard issue. So got one of those supposed to be here next Monday. I'm hoping it gets here before then.
Well, it's not as bad as what I did last year. When I hit the power button, my motherboard and processor lit up like a lightning bolt. Big flash. I mean, like, you know how, like, when you look at a light bulb and you look away and you got the bright light in your vision? Yeah, I had the bright light in my vision after that one.
My daughter and I, we were going to fire up the retro gaming computer the one day, done it when we were living at my wife's grandmother's. And I swear the power supply caught fire. That's exactly what it smelled. It
Cool.
smelled like burning electronics. You know how burning electronics smell? That's exactly what it smelled like.
It's just a little dust on some hot
No,
electronics.
no,
that's
no,
all.
no. Because it fried the power supply went and it fried the motherboard and the CPU. Thankfully, we had another old computer there that we weren't using, and a power supply that would work with it. So we were able to cobble together and Frankenstein together a new retro gaming PC. Because you get some of the older games like from 2000 and stuff, they won't run on new hardware because the hardware's too fast for them. If you want to play any of those games, you gotta have an old system, which is why all those old parts, like we were talking last night on a wrestling show, cost so damn much because you can't buy new parts for that, and then there's a limited supply of them.
Uplift Mofo Party Plans joined the chat, and just for just a little bit of inside baseball for everybody. These two guys that are talking about blowing computers up and catching their house on fire are the same two guys that tell me all the time how easy it is to just build your own computer, man. Just build your
It
own computer.
is.
It's easy.
To build
It's
one,
even
it's just-
easier to blow one up.
yeah, just if you do it wrong, you can blow it up real easily.
Yeah, man. There's nothing hard about
So
it, brother.
the lesson learned there is not to do it wrong.
Exactly.
Okay,
No problem. My first
glad
time,
that's clear.
I should have no problems. I have absolutely no skill and no computer knowledge whatsoever, so everything should be fine.
Or
RTFM
you could just
can-
use a Mac.
R-
They still
RTFM
have YouTube videos to tell you how to build a computer.
Yes, there are. There are numerous YouTube videos.
Or ask any kid.
Well, no, you can't do that either. Some of these kids don't know their asses from a hole in the ground when it comes to computer parts.
I thought kids knew everything. That's what they tell me.
That's what they think. No,
Yeah, my daughter
Vanessa-
done told me she's smarter than me because she's got a
Vanessa-
college degree.
Vanessa says melting them down with thermite is much more fun. That might be, but if you actually need to use it, not a good idea.
Paper's paper.
Yeah,
So Guns and Barbecue's not having his show later, I see.
yeah.
Spread the word. No reliever tonight. No. That means
There's
Rich
no
is going to
relief
go
in
late.
sight.
Rich is going to have to pitch a complete game. Hope you got your arm iced down.
Yeah, he said that he hasn't been. They've been without power for around 28 hours. That sucks, man. The
That
winds
does
get you.
suck.
I'm guessing the winds got him from yesterday. He lives in where he lives up in Pennsylvania is part of the Tornado Alley heavy wind area for Pennsylvania. There, and another place will be like Somerset County, which is in
Is that
Southwest-
storm that came up from the Gulf?
yeah. We
Wow.
were getting high winds last night too. So, Jason, you said you were getting winds too, right?
Oh yeah, we had big winds yesterday, but today was a really nice day out.
Oh yeah, today was
I
beautiful.
had a hell of a time getting home. All our roads are closed because the rivers are all flooded.
It was in the mid 70s today. Beautiful out. Nice, sunny. Ain't going to stay that way though.
It's not? Oh, no.
Now they're calling for a possibility of freezing rain and shit by next weekend again. Last I saw. So.
Well, that's always fun.
More of this, the weather can't make up its goddamn mind whether it's spring or winter. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jason.
Oh, I was just say tomorrow's forecast is sunny and share.
So, somebody with more plastic than a Glock factory, and watch out for that tree.
Oh,
That was
Too
mean,
soon?
Rich.
Too soon. It's been almost 20 years. What do you mean?
that's just mean, man.
And I figured you were talking about the tree part, not the share having more plastic interface in the Glock factory.
I mean,
Cher's old. Take it easy on her, man. She's way older than me.
Sonny carried them throughout their whole careers.
He
If
pretty
it wasn't
much
for
did.
Sonny,
Yeah, he was
then
a
nobody
talent.
would have paid attention to them for a second.
I know, right?
And
He
Gabriel agrees.
Voice of an angel, I tell you.
Sonny went all the way to Congress, man.
And he was a fine. He was a better congressman than Cher was. That's for sure.
She never went there, except maybe to run her mouth.
So, what you're saying is, Kingpin, you're correct. Sonny was a
Yeah.
better congressman than Cher.
Yeah, never said he
That's
wasn't.
right.
I was
He
I
has
was
been
basically agreeing with you.
vindicated.
I said, yeah, she never went there except to run her mouth.
Just say, you're right, Kingpin.
Yes, he.
Come on.
No,
you
we
can
don't
do it,
want to
Reg. You
We
can
don't
do
want to
it.
inflate his ego. He's already wearing a crown. Come on.
And I'm pretty sensitive too because I'm flagging everybody at all times.
With a smoking barrel, I might add.
Hey, think about why is it smoking? Somebody got out of line and had to get popped.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's black powder, which means it's going to take you at least 2 or 3 minutes to reload it. So
No, it's a double act.
The
That's
next
a
round might
modern,
not go off either.
it's a modern double action. It ain't no black powder.
looks like an Altor to me.
No, that's a double action revolver if you get close to it. Yes.
It looks like, what are those things called that they use in India on top of the elephants?
Oh, the Howdah? No,
Yeah.
if you actually
It
zoom
does
in
look
on
like
the
a
picture,
Howdah.
you zoom in on the picture, it looks like the revolver that Eddie Valiant pulls out of his trunk.
I
in,
could see
Who Framed Roger
Kingpin on
Rabbit.
top of an elephant riding up there with that big old gun.
The Eddie Valiant gun is what I was going for. Actually, that's why it looks so cartoony.
Mhm. That's what it looks like. It looks like the one that he pulls out where he shoots the bullets and, which way did he go? I don't know. He went in that way. Dum-dums. And throws the gun back in the trunk.
Too loud, moo.
The fine bovine.
Barbecue says his local volunteer fire department had 37 calls for downed trees alone. 50,000 people in the county without power. Earliest projections for when most will get power is Tuesday. He said, luckily, his power company is a co-op and they work fast.
There ain't even 50,000 people in my county.
Now, there we are in this county, with it being a college town here. Yeah, that sucks. Last I heard, the death toll from the storms in Mississippi, they were up to 20 in one area that got hit with the tornado.
G23's out there.
Evening. No, Moo Butts is a totally different person, G23.
That's true.
There was something else I wanted to talk about tonight, and I forget what the hell it was. That's the way it usually goes.
Was it something really cool?
I don't remember. I completely lost.
It's
my
a
train of
secret,
thought.
Gary.
Oh man.
Oh, you in the market for 124 grain full metal jacket 9mm, Gary?
Am I in the market for what now?
124 grain 9mm.
Are you giving some away or what?
No, I'm not giving any away, but I found a pretty decent deal on some in my email.
How decent.
Bella made in Serbia, brass case, $289.99 for 1,000 rounds. And it comes in little plastic storage containers instead of like the cardboard boxes.
It's not exactly pre-COVID prices.
No, but very few prices are anymore.
I want to pay less than 200.
Good luck.
Midway's had stuff on good prices last couple days. They had Fiocchi 9mm, I think, $13.99 a box.
Um, was it the defense that was saying Shields had a good deal on it, but it ended today. I think he said it was $239 for a case there. So if anybody lives where there's a Shields and can get there before they close. We don't have any of those around here, so we can't take advantage of those deals. I think that's what he said earlier. I'm gonna scroll up and check.
$249.
Was it $249?
Full grain FMJ $249. Mostly Blazer or Fiocchi or Fiocchi. However you pronounce it.
Yeah,
He said the Fiocchi was $239. Yeah, there it is. Today was the last day. 1,000 rounds at Shields was $239 for the Fiocchi.
That's a nice price. Looking at it right now, Midway, they got 1,000 rounds for $299.
Defense Center also said he got 1,000 rounds of 22 LR for $60. He bought it for shooting competition at Thunder on the Prairie. 60 for 1,000 rounds of 22 LR is not bad at all these days.
Hmm. You gotta go.
I would if I could had a way to get there.
They got planes.
With what money?
I ain't got the money for a plane at the Nebraska. Good Lord.
Planes are cheap.
Cheap is relative, Gary.
Oh,
Just don't take much luggage.
Just don't take me. You know, it'd be cheaper to send a luggage.
It'd be cheaper actually to mail yourself if you could just get a box. And
Send myself UPS.
of course, you'd probably be a week late getting there.
I'll
And they
send myself
throw the
UPS
box
next
off the
week.
truck and probably hurt you. But
Yeah, don't use
Yeah.
FedEx.
Send myself UPS next day. I'll be fine. The defense that said there's helicopters too. Doesn't have to be a plane. Yeah, but I don't know if there's any helicopter that would be able to make it without refueling. And that's where they get you. It's the refueling.
Do they have a train?
Trains cost as much as a plane anymore.
But they're so much safer.
As long as they don't go through Ohio.
Can say I've never heard of a plane derailing.
You always hitchhike.
Well, ain't no way I'm taking a Greyhound all the way to there, defense. That it'll take me a week to get there.
Oh, come on, you're an old legacy Greyhound employee. You probably get half price.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, deadhead.
If I was still working at Greyhound, I could go for free.
If you get out on the interstate and just hold your thumb out, you could go for free too. Maybe.
Probably be safer than the Greyhound.
Wait till later on in the summer. Then you know Squibby's going to do his tour around the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So just have him pick you up and drop you off, and then pick you up and drop you off while he's doing
Hey,
his.
I know how I can get now. I know how I can get the SHOT Show next year. I can just ride with Squib when he doesn't realize the SHOT Show's in Vegas. I think Gary gets where I'm going with that one.
Yeah, it's too bad that every other YouTube channel it has guns content didn't talk about SHOT Show for a month before.
Just shows he doesn't watch anybody's shows.
It's just too bad, that nobody knew this.
Yeah, it snuck up on me. I was shocked.
Mm-hmm. I had no idea.
Me too. I got up Monday morning. It's like, oh dang, this is Las Vegas.
How the hell did I get here?
Oh yeah.
He probably puts on one of those big, old detective mustaches, like Magnum PI mustaches, and a pair of sunglasses, and then he's the first one in and the last one out of every SHOT Show.
He puts on the Groucho Marx glasses. Remember those with the big plastic nose and the plastic fake mustache?
Oh, wait a minute. In Squibby's defense, he thought it was Sock Show.
Oh, is that what it was?
Show. Yeah, he already had a sponsor, so he didn't.
Just about everybody there was wearing socks, as I remember. I didn't check them though.
What's crazy is they just had CES like a week before SHOT.
Yeah,
in the same place.
I don't know how they get all that crap out of there, and then SHOT Show gets all their stuff loaded. It's amazing how fast they get those trucks in there. And
what was there before?
CES, Consumer Electronics Show,
which is arguably, I think, bigger than SHOT Show, isn't it?
Yeah, some of the vendors actually had their displays and everything in hotel rooms, not in the actual conference centers, but they were actually using suites that they rented for their exhibits at the show because of how big the show is.
Come on up to my room. Check out my widescreen.
Well, M. Gabriel said, I used to wake up having no idea what city I was in. I can relate to that because I wake up all the time having no idea what city he's in.
Yeah, exactly. I had no idea where M. Gabriel is. I think he's in Missouri, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you.
Wakanda?
Defense that says mule for the cartel. No, I'm not going to do that. With my luck, I'd end up losing the supply and then have the cartel. And then, no. I'd rather just avoid that altogether. Krabby says, Grab a Gun had some decent ammo deals the last few weeks. I don't know. I really don't pay attention to Grab a Gun.
I've never been on Grab a Gun. No, I've bought stuff on Gunbroker before.
Yeah, I've done that. But I get emails all the time from Grab a Gun, and I just like to read by them. It's like I don't really look at them.
Quick shout out to Krabby. He won a giveaway on Georgia Shooting Connection Friday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yes,
to me. So Mock or MCK made some type of like powder dripper or something like that. So thank you very much, Krabby.
Okay, I'm about to say, yeah, he told him to give it to you because I didn't know if he is doing that, told you or not. But yeah, MCK mentioned it in Bald and Curious's chat earlier.
Yes, I was working. I didn't get off work until just a few minutes before I came on here. So
I'm looking at the email I got today from Grab a Gun. They have the Taurus PT92 for $499.99. It's normally $699.99, so that's not a bad deal. $200 off on it.
Yeah, I've seen they've been dropping the prices on those lately.
Canik TP9 Elite SE Bronze, the 3.6 inch model, the 15 rounds. They got that for $399.99 if anybody's looking for a Canonic TP9 Elite SC. Yeah, it's the bronze one where it's a 2-ton black frame, bronze colored slide. Walther PDP Compact Pro. They got that for $779.99. That's normal. That's $200 off on that one too. So they got some decent deals going on right now. 200 rounds of Winchester White Box, Kingpin's favorite that he mentioned earlier. 115 grain full metal jacket, $49.99 for 200 rounds. Multiply that by 5, and that'll tell you how many you get, and how much they want for a case.
Hey man, how long a barrel's your Shockwave got on it?
It's a 14-inch barrel.
I'm looking at a Remington 870 TAC 14.
Yeah, that's
12 gauge, 14-inch barrel, 5 rounds. It's got the same kind of
yeah, it's got like the bird's head grip on it.
palm, not really a pistol grip, but like a palm grip.
Mhm.
I didn't know Remington made one of those.
Yeah, they came out with theirs not long after Mossberg did. Here's another one, a really good deal. Grab again, Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 9mm, the full size 4 1/4-inch barrel model. Come with 5 magazines and a soft case bag from TAC 6. $499.99. If you're anybody out there in the market for an M&P, that's not a bad deal right there whatsoever.
Okay, I gotta share this. They've gone too far. Let me get this shared right here.
Oh yeah, that one.
Wow.
I was ignoring that.
What is
Come
it?
on, man.
Is that a joke?
No, that's something they're selling.
Oh, all right. All right. Full disclosure. I stopped reading at 9mm. Like I read the first
Oh,
couple
okay.
words when I saw 9mm, I stopped reading and just started looking at the gun. So I can't read that it said, I didn't like, now I can see on the slide it says Donald Trump, Donald John Trump, or J. Trump. The 45, I'm thinking it was a 45 caliber, even though I read
Oh, okay.
9mm. And
No,
then
yeah.
now I see it's a Trump gun. That is pretty that's disgusting.
Uh-huh. How dare Glock do that? I mean, they could have done it on a Smith & Wesson. At least it would have been an American gun.
And it's silver.
And even if it wasn't a Trump gun, that's ugly as can be.
Oh, they got the Rock Island Armory GI Standard 1911, which is their base model. $350.
I never thought I'd say it, but in this case right here, I am a never Trumper.
What about if it said Joe Biden on it, like not "Let's Go Brandon," but if it was like a Joe Biden Glock, would you buy it?
I wouldn't buy it. No.
No.
I'd be a little bit more tempted to buy it if it had Joe Biden's name on it than I would. There's no way in the world that I'd buy the Trump one, which kind of goes without saying because I wouldn't buy a Glock. But if it did have Joe Biden's name on it, I might think about almost considering it and then not do it.
The only Glock I could imagine buying is if they took this one instead of Trump and made it in a high estate Buckeyes and had Woody on it, and the side of the slide on this side said "Pay it forward." I would get that one, but until they come out with that, I don't think so.
Wesley Foster.
They got the Smith & Wesson Performance Center M&P 2.0 competitor with the 5-inch barrel for $949. It's not too cheap. That's about the normal price that I've seen that thing going for. So, but anybody wants to get in on a cheap 1911. Get that Rock Island. $350. Of course, Jason's mind, it's a travesty because it's the 9mm.
Somebody give me some water.
10 rounds of 9mm in that gun.
Attention, everyone. Attention, everyone. Mr. Knives has joined the chat. Tactical Bud has joined the chat.
Buck's been out there.
No play.
I didn't call Buck's name out yet, so.
Hey, Knives.
Yeah, hey, Knives. Krabby wants to know, what if they put the Trump stuff on the Glock 21 or 30, which are both in 45?
It would make more sense. I mean, why would you put a giant 45 on the side of your 9mm?
Yeah, who knows? There's all kinds of companies that are jumping on the Trump deal.
The slide should have at least said MAGA on it.
Well, it had his name on it.
Did you hear him yesterday when he said he never really liked horse face anyways?
Defense Dad said there's some blue Trump 2024 Walker Slim Electronic Ear Pro for $19.99 and free shipping. Doesn't say where, but
Hey, I'd go for a set of those.
was it Tommy Gun Warehouse has a 1911 that they did in Trump scheme on. I think I had a picture on that from last year at the Great American Outdoor Show. Check my Instagram. Instagram wants to be stupid.
They should make a 500 Magnum with Trump on it. Side of the barrel could say huge.
It's huge.
No, I didn't get a picture. I don't have the picture on my Instagram. It's probably on my other computer, which right now is non-operable. Yep, can't show you guys that one. Unless they got it on their website. Let me check Tommy Gun Warehouse and see if they got it on their website. Products, firearms. 1911. Oh, nice website they got.
Cabot Guns has got a gold 1911 with Trump on it.
Can't even click on the look at the firearms. It just gives you click on firearms and it just gives you a picture with a bunch of guns. No listings whatsoever.
Jesse James did a 1911 with Trump on it. That looks badass.
Now I'm going through their photo gallery to see if. Nope, nothing on their photo gallery either. What a sucky website they have.
Oh, we need to have a little intervention. Jason, we're going to need your help here mostly. Buck, Buck's a good friend, and we all love him, and he's not in a good place right now. He needs to get his mind right and start acting like a grown up. And go ahead and buy this proper press so he can just make proper ammunition so he can defend his family properly instead of haphazardly like he's doing. So there's a Lee APP press that he has to get immediately. Like he should stop what he's doing right now and just order it immediately. Right, Jason?
Yeah, you better get it before it's sold out.
Yeah. Go do that, and then you come back to this chat and tell us about it.
Make sure you get the extra the bullet feed tubes, the case feed tubes, and get the little funnel top thing for it, and the roller handle.
And Gabriel said that the message says these are obviously too expensive for you.
Mm-hmm. It's just about anything in my case. Like anything, like it's a little too much.
You remember the man with the golden gun?
Yeah. I didn't know Donald Trump played Scaramanga.
Here, just a second. Look at this one up here. Hold on a second.
Glock could have had the decency to make the gun orange.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that was a video. Look at that picture. That's badass.
Mm-hmm. That's similar to what the Tommy Gun Warehouse one looked like. You did a similar kind of scheme with it. If they'd have pictures of things on their website that you could actually look at, I would have showed it to you.
If that APP press is $99, you should probably buy 2 of them, Buck.
Yeah, it's- Eef. I'm not a fan of painting the U.S. flag all over firearms. Just no.
That toupee is going to get caught in the slide. You better have some good hairspray in there. That's my daily carry gun, I guess.
Now they're just copying off of the old Ronbo posters from back in the 80s. There were I don't know if you guys remember those where they had Ronald Reagan's head on Stallone's body from Rambo 2.
It
Oh,
says,
yeah.
no man, no woman, no commie can stop me.
Barnaby Sanchez.
Hey, Bernie.
There's probably not too many memes that Donald Trump's picture's not been incorporated in at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bernie said, has anyone else noticed some of the live shows are still showing up coming? I did notice that because I had gotten a notification that, Rich, that you were live, but when I went to my subscription screen, it still showed that you were waiting to start, which is really weird. So something weird's going on with YouTube.
Yeah, I think it was doing that yesterday too. I forget who was live, and it said that it was upcoming still.
Because I'm like, I know he started this.
Yeah, like right now, it's showing that there is 0 people watching on StreamYard. Clearly, there are people watching.
I had that happen Friday night when I started my Foul Territory. It said 0, and then I was halfway through the show, and I looked, and it said 4. So yeah,
I think my computer might have infected everybody else's computer. mine's been doing that on YouTube for like a year, but my computer's all jacked up.
It's all Kingpin's fault that StreamYard's all jacked
Yeah,
up.
my cell phone does that. If you go into the show before it went live, early, it'll never go live. You have to, once it goes live, you have to exit out and come back in.
Yeah, Defense Dad was saying it did that on a Hillbilly show last night too. So yeah. One of the tech channels I watch, Linus Tech Tips, had their whole entire network hacked. It wasn't really a hack. One of their employees opened up an email that used the email for one of their channel sponsors, and it was a spoofed email. They opened up PDW, what was listed as a PDF file in there, and apparently that just having it open for a couple seconds was enough for a small executable to go in, and they were able to get in there, not into their account, not using their passwords, using one of the session cookies from when they did a live stream. So protect your stuff, people. If a tech channel can get caught in this kind of stuff, how much of a chance do the rest of us have?
How old a version of Adobe Acrobat do you have to have on your machine that it executes JavaScript without permissions? I mean, that's been a known issue for 3 or 4 years now. That should have been patched a long time ago.
Yeah, you would think, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to pop up and prompt you.
YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Fix your goddamn cookies if that's possible.
Defense Dad says, you all watch too much midget BDSM porn and it infected your YouTube feeds. Technically, I punched the screen on my computer, and that's why my computer's all messed up. So
I'm not even seeing Patriot. Is Patriot out there?
no, Defense Dad said that.
Oh, Defense Dad. I thought he said.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just got that
They're two
automatic
different
response
people.
when you hear midgets, then you think,
Yeah, as soon as he said midgets, my brain went to Patriot because Patriot's always the one bringing up the midget shit. I'm not seeing Defense Dad's comment either.
It's the last one.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it there. It just popped up on StreamYard. But it's not popping up on my YouTube chat window.
The host is on a 30-second delay.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, the last comment I got on the YouTube chat window is where Nige said he'd be right back. Defense Dad's comment before that is not showing up at all in my YouTube feed.
it probably got smashed by Susan because it uses the word porn.
Yeah, maybe. No, there it is. I refreshed it and then it showed up.
Or your computer is about to burst into flames like the other one.
Or it's just YouTube being YouTube. Yeah, we were just talking about YouTube having issues, and their YouTube just had an issue. Of course, he misspelled midget. So maybe Patriot took over Defense Dad's account using his YouTube cookies.
And barbecue. Barbecue was having a tough night earlier. He was typing. It was tough just to decipher what some of those words are supposed to be.
I know. But that's usual with barbecue.
Woods has joined us, and Abigail is.
Woods has been out there.
Well, I didn't call his name, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Abby's out there. See, if you'd have been here from the start, Kingpin, you would have known Woods was out there. He was the first person.
I
Other
was
than
here
Rob.
from the start. Are you going to yell at me too?
No, because you're not saying hi to people that I already said hi to.
I can.
And see, I called Wesley Foster's name out earlier. The host of the show is too good to worry about who's out in the chat. So
Oh, half
that's
the
why
time.
only I recognized you earlier,
We
Wesley.
are engaging the
apologize.
audience.
Half the time, Kingpin beats me to it, so it's like, okay. The best part is Kingpin's not even the co-host for this show. Jason is. Kingpin's doing Jason's job.
I delegated him the responsibilities.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Jason.
We'll let that stand then.
Is he a real co-host with the power and everything?
Yes.
Cool. I've never
King-
been a co-host.
Kingpin is supposed to be for the wrestling show, but StreamYard does not like him and keeps taking it away from him. It's done that I don't know how many times now.
Right on. See, Woods is there.
Hey, Woods.
Okay. So
StreamYard, there's been times where, like, for instance, I'll be in a chat and I'll be right back. I got to do something with the dogs. And then I'll leave the chat. And when I come back, it won't let me, like, it won't. There's no, it just circle, 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 circle. And it won't, like, give me a opportunity to just say, enter chat. And then maybe like 4 or 5 months ago, I don't know if they just deleted my whole StreamYard account or whatever, but I basically had to start all over with my StreamYard. Like, it wouldn't work for anything.
I think you just need to build a new computer.
yes, he does. I've been telling him this. I told him if he comes up here and picks me up, we can drive the Micro Center, which they have a couple of them down in DC, Baltimore area.
So
And we can pick him out all new parts. If he doesn't want to build it himself, they'll build it for him. But he won't do
Let me
that.
translate this. I'm going to drive 2.5 hours to go pick up Rich, and then I'm going to drive 5 hours to Baltimore City. And then we're going to buy a computer. Then I'm going to drive 5 hours back to drop Rich off. Then I'm going to
Yep.
drive 2.5 hours back to my house. Then I'm going to light my house on fire.
Exactly. Well, I don't see the problem. Do you see the problem, Jason?
Nah, it sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan to me. What about you, Gary?
Sounds good to me.
See, we don't get it, Kingpin. What's the problem?
So that's so much better than I have it. I have to order something and wait a week for it.
You could have that computer that day, man.
That's like 3 days. Don't do math. Just don't do math.
Uh-huh.
What in the world is going on?
I don't know.
Get one like mine. You don't have to build the thing. You just got to change a few parts in it. That's much easier, quicker.
You bought a clock computer?
Pretty close. Hewlett Packard.
Let's see what the viewers think. All right, people. There's the poll. Should Kingpin come pick me up and then we go to Micro Center? Yes or no?
Did you say, or should he just light his house on fire while he's there to save
No,
all?
I did not leave that as an option. Ooh, yes is kicking No's butt.
I've always said never ask the internet a question.
I was on Kingpin's side on this one, but I'm in the minority evidently. Everybody wants to punish Kingpin. I don't know why.
That's racism then, because if Gary's a minority and you guys are all attacking the minority, that's not cool.
But do chickens really constitute minorities?
Gary's
There's a lot of chickens.
a breathing human being who has feelings.
That's right, and I'm a senior citizen.
I have the body of a senior citizen.
That is
Granted, yes.
that is very correct. Woods. I'm absolutely not going to do that.
It says yes, but Kingpin isn't going to do it. Yeah. G23 said he voted no.
See, he's an environmentalist. He lives out there in the wilderness, in the woods of Oregon, and he knows that pumping all that carbon into the atmosphere is not cool.
Okay, so Abby says that technically she's a minority, so she canceled Gary out.
You know, Micro Center will mail that computer to you.
It will.
All you have to do is go on the. You and Rich can connect on the internet and look at the website together and pick out all the parts.
Yeah, but I want to go to Micro Center. That's like tech nerd heaven, man. Come on.
I walked to Walmart in 5 minutes.
You ain't going to get a computer like at Walmart like you would at Micro Center.
I punched the screen on this Walmart computer right here in front of me about 3 years ago, and it still limps through.
Yeah, there's the keyword. It limps through because you beat the shit out of it. Come on, man. That ain't how you treat a computer. G23 says that Gary is a senior and identifies as a chicken.
Well, compared to him, yeah. He's just a pup.
Jumping in. Evening, Buck.
Hey,
Good
Buck.
evening. Don't worry about it, Gary. I'm here. The Geritol gang will ride again.
Heck yeah.
Let's get a proper introduction for Buck. Welcome to the new owner of 2 Lee APP presses, the Tactical FUD.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very welcome. Nice to meet y'all.
So are you wanting that Lee as a dedicated press for a certain caliber, Buck? Or
No. I'm just using it to deprime and size bullets, little stuff like that. And I'm going to take my little single stage I got here. I'm going to put it in a bucket, make a little kit to where I'm at. If I go to the range, I'll have something where I can make ammo if I need it.
I'm going to end the poll. And no got its butt handed to it. It was 77% to 22%, which again shows that YouTube cannot math.
I don't think it was a scientific poll because you tainted it.
It sounds like Kingpin's making a road trip.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Buck, RCBS got some good deals right now.
Yeah, I know. I've been looking at them too.
Did you look at the online special deals category?
Well, I went to their website looking at it.
Well, they got kits, and then they got ones called online exclusive. And I
looked at that.
I got a Summit press for $130, and I got another Chargemaster Link for $160.
Damn, I paid $200 for mine because mine was an open box deal through them.
Yeah, Woods out there says kids these days have no idea what Geritol even is. Well, there you go. Buck's just showing his age.
I've got a whole stack of napkins, so I've got no reason to go to West Virginia.
And you know what? Abby just proved Woods' point because she says she has no idea what it is.
When I was younger, maybe 12 to 15 or something like that, I was anemic and real weak and tired all the time. So my mom had the idea that she wanted me to try taking Geritol. And I don't know if maybe for some weird reason the factory put out a bunch of rotten doses, or if Geritol was just poison in a bottle. But if what I tasted was what Geritol is supposed to taste like, God bless anyone who's ever had to take that, because you'd rather shoot yourself in the face. I took it like 6 times. I think it was like you take a teaspoon of it or a tablespoon of it, and after me just absolutely losing my mind about it to my parents. My mom tried it, and she got about half the spoon in her mouth before she spit it out and said, "Okay, you don't got to take it anymore."
I believe the powder you're supposed to mix into a drink.
This was already like this was liquid, like in like a diamond
Oh,
tap.
liquid. Okay. I'm thinking it was the powdered one. They did come in pills too, man.
I'll tell you, Grossman, man, when I was a kid, I used to like him garlic pills. You know what a garlic pill is?
Uh-huh,
It's like a little clear capsule, got garlic liquid
uh-huh.
in it. I used to like that. I used to eat one like just for the taste, right? I go sneak one. Uh, One time I grabbed one and started eating it, and it wasn't a garlic pill. It was a cod liver oil.
Ew.
Ugh.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's why I take. I'm supposed to take the. They want me to take fish oil. I take the krill oil instead because it doesn't have the after flavor that the fish oil pills do.
Well, if you swallow it and don't bite the pill, you're not going to get any aftertaste.
Oh no! If you've never taken a fish oil pill before,
I take
they
them all
have.
the time.
Okay, have you ever had one bust as you're swallowing it and you get that nasty?
No.
Oh no! My God, they're nasty.
No.
No, krill oil costs the same as the fish oil and does the same thing, and it doesn't have the potential of having that
The only
nasty.
time I've tasted it is if I have, acid reflux or something like that and
Mm-mm.
it starts coming up. But no, you
Yeah.
don't keep it in your mouth for 6
No, you
minutes.
don't.
I mean, you
You
just
don't let it dissolve in your mouth. No,
swallow it whole.
it's not an M&M.
You know, my helper talks my ear off every day about the special feed that she's got for chickens for the FFA or FFH, whatever, coming up for the county fair. So you try to raise big, healthy chickens, and she's always talking about the protein feed she got and drove 100 miles to get that nobody else could get. Tomorrow I'm going to tell her, well, I heard chickens like fish oil.
Hey, it might work.
Jason, please tell me that I misheard. You said your liquid garlic pills? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
garlic pills.
You've never
Holy
seen a garlic pill, Kingpin?
dude. No. 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 No.
It's a
No.
thing, man. People take them.
Yeah, it's
They're
like one of
supposed to
them
be
little
really good for
small
you.
rubbery capsules. It's
I
got
don't
liquid in it.
know what would be worse if a mayonnaise pill or a garlic pill.
Well, you don't taste the garlic. You swallow it, and then it dissolves in your belly, and you get all the benefits of the vitamins and
Right.
stuff.
I
in the
like the
garlic.
taste of garlic myself.
Oh,
You just burp garlic for a while.
that
It keeps the
I'd cut my head
vampires away.
I would
Everybody
absolutely cut my head off. If I burped and tasted garlic in my mouth, I'd drown myself.
Now,
I used to take bouillon cubes and open them up and lick them for about a half hour straight.
Kingpin, Amy's worried about you, Kingpin. She just told me you need to start taking the garlic pills to keep the vampires in Baltimore away from you.
No, I would welcome a life of damnation before I'd eat a garlic pill. Like
Yeah,
I'd be Renfield on steroids before I'd eat a garlic pill.
yeah. My ex-wife, her dad was a real health nut, and he used to eat garlic pills all the time. He'll come over the house and like clear this little spot up for the garden. He starts sweating. You can smell the garlic coming out in it.
Oh no, I wouldn't accept that. No, if I'm standing next to you, if I'm standing next to you and we're working, I don't care what we're doing, and you start sweating garlic, that's either I'll do all the work by myself or you're gonna do all the work by
If
yourself.
you're sweating garlic, you've done overdosed on garlic pills.
I won't go upstairs in my house when they have spaghetti night. Like they call me before I come home from work and they're like, it was spaghetti night because they like garlic bread. And oh my goodness, I'd probably rather have mayonnaise. Like if I was being tortured and you were like, okay, you're gonna have to eat mayonnaise or garlic, I'd probably have to go with mayonnaise.
I wonder if they have garlic flavored mayonnaise.
Yeah, I'm sure they probably do.
Probably. At that point, you just have to kill me. Like, I mean,
I think Kingpin's just racist against anything that's the color white at this point.
Does he hate
Except bowling
Parmesan
pins,
cheese
obviously.
too?
Parmesan cheese has its place as long as I'm the one putting it in its place. Like, for instance, the very rare exception that I'll put it on pizza. If you put it on there, I don't want that pizza anymore.
What about the mozzarella?
Mozzarella sticks? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the cheese in and of itself, because that's on pizza.
Well, I mean, that's cheese. It's normal,
Well,
regular.
Parmesan's a cheese too.
Yeah, I know, but Parmesan cheese has got a different flavor. It's got a different thing. It's a whole different thing altogether. So I'm not a huge fan of Parmesan cheese, but Parmesan cheese is acceptable. As long as I'm the one that's handling how much of it goes on.
So if you were to go to, say, Olive Garden, and the guy
Nope,
comes
nope,
around with
stop,
grated
stop.
Parmesan, you're not going to put the
Okay,
grated
here's
Parmesan
my
on.
story about Olive Garden. I was in high school, and me and a couple of friends of mine were going to the skate shop, and right next to the skate shop at this shopping center was an Olive Garden. So the girls that were with were like, "Hey, let's go to Olive Garden." We walked in, and before the waitress came up, the hostess came up to say, "Hi, how many would you blah 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 blah?" I said, "Nope," and turned around and walked out. So I've spent 30 seconds inside of an Olive Garden in my entire life.
And that's when he started collecting Burger King napkins.
And I mean, I understand it's neurotic. I understand it's weird, but certain food stuff is just, I won't, I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Like if there was a mayonnaise party at the Playboy Mansion and I got a VIP pass for free, I wouldn't go.
Yeah, the fence dad says he uses a ton of garlic when he cooks. And says that garlic keeps strangers out of your personal space bubble.
Oh my gosh. And Gabriel, that garlic aioli, which is like garlic mayonnaise, basically.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, all aioli is spiced mayonnaise.
There's a commercial for that Arby's place, and the one of the toppings they put on one of their sandwiches is that garlic aioli, and I'll turn the channel if the commercial comes on.
Olive Garden, Abby says she usually gets a steak or some kind of seafood at Olive Garden. Endless Pasta Bowl, their raviolis are awesome. If you've never had their sausage ravioli. Ooh,
Oh
really good.
yeah, ooh, I love Olive Garden. That's the only time I can really sit down and just eat salad all night long.
So I get to go about once every 5 years. So
We got this barbecue place here, and they do an awesome steak salad. They use shredded ribeye in the steak salad. Oh, it's really good.
sounds good.
I only get Philly cheesesteak once a year.
I bet I know where you get it too.
Yeah, you do.
Same place I do.
Yep.
Now, defense dad wants to know Kingpin's thoughts on Alfredo. He said a real Alfredo sauce, the first two ingredients are butter and garlic, then salt, white pepper, cream, and Parmesan.
I have been a fan of some, Alfredo, shrimp Alfredo, stuff like that. There's been a couple Italian restaurants in a different place that I used to live at in Maryland, and Krabby's out there in Ellicott City. And you guys might remember it because it flooded 2 years in a row. Other than that, no, I'm pretty much done with Alfredo right now. We've had it here once, but my friend doesn't really like it. The wife wanted to try it, so she made it. I ate it. She didn't put more than just like seasoning little bits of garlic. Most of you guys just dump garlic all over stuff, when instead of properly seasoning, just like salt, instead of putting a pinch of salt, you put a pound of salt and stuff. And I can't eat that. Like, I can't eat French fries that got 5 ounces of salt on each fry. That's not happening.
I remember my stepson one time, he had a bag of potato chips and he got the potato chips out and he got the salt shaker and he's actually sprinkling salt onto the potato chips. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're not salty enough for you.
Yeah, my cousin does that too.
Hmm.
And
The
there's
only
damn
thing-
salt and vinegar ones too.
The only thing I will add salt to is sometimes we get those microwave pretzels, soft
Mhm.
pretzels, and I'll put a bunch of mustard on top and I'll sprinkle a little bit. Like I'll take that rock salt stuff that comes on it, I'll take all that off and put regular like table salt, just a little tiny bit on top. Other than that, I've never added salt to anything in my entire life.
Oh, I add salt to watermelon, man. I love it.
Yeah, salt on watermelon's not bad. It helps bring out the
Yeah.
flavor.
Yeah, I ain't much of a salt person myself. I just whatever's in the can or box when I cook it, that's it.
Thank you. See, I'm glad Defense Dad. He said French fries are overrated. Not a fan. When I tell people that I don't like French fries, you might as well just slap them in the face. Like everybody that I've ever told I don't really like French fries has just been absolutely
If you got
gobsmacked.
gravy to dip them in, though, that's a different story.
Oh, Dairy Queen's gravy with French fries.
Oh, yes.
I don't do French fries very much either, man. Never eat a whole one. Like if there's some like got spilled over in the drive-through bag or whatever, I eat one or two of somebody else's French fries. That's about it. I never order French fries. I never eat them. I don't eat potato chips.
The
Keeps
only
me
way I can
thin.
eat fries, they have to be hot. After you get them right out of the little grease pan thing they got, the deep fryer, I'll eat them like that. But once, like if you get them at the store and bring them home, and they're kind of cooled off, nah, I don't eat them.
No.
Abby brought up poutine out there. She said it's just poutine. No, because it doesn't have the cheese curds.
So I told the daughter she likes to go to Sonic and get food and then bring it home. It's like, nope, I want the fries now because they aren't going to be any good when I get home.
How many of you have had poutine?
I've never
Maybe.
had it that was called poutine, but I'm pretty sure I've
What the
had
hell
it
is it?
because I've had French fries and gravy, which that's basically it. So,
No, because it has to have cheese curd too.
they
Poutine
don't
is
have to.
French
I
fries.
could have sworn
cheese
y'all were
curd,
talking
and
something else.
gravy.
Yeah, I thought you said poontang.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I'm
poutine.
thinking.
Had that
Put my
too.
hand up.
It's,
did
it's a
not
French
have cheese
Canadian
on
thing.
it.
I like mine natural. I don't put salt on my poontang.
No,
Yeah.
I don't either.
M. Gabriel's asking me a Pittsburgh question because we're both natives of Pittsburgh. He asked me if I knew that the original hot dog shop in Oakland closed. Yeah, I heard that, man. That sucks. Original hot dog shop was freaking awesome back in the day. Used to go there all the fucking time. They had every variety of hot dog you could think they had. Fucking sucks. That place was an institution in the city of Pittsburgh.
So nobody answered my question. What the hell is that poutine shit?
It's French fries, gravy, and cheese curd.
Oh,
Cheese curd.
Uh-huh.
that sounds like rotten cheese.
No, cheese curd is before it becomes the cheese.
So like cottage cheese.
The only time I've ever
Oh, it's
seen
better than
that,
cottage cheese.
if when you go to Wisconsin, every damn gas station has these bags of cheese curd. It's a big deal in Wisconsin for some reason.
Apparently in French Canada too. You know, Quebec.
Yeah, it's pretty much the
That's-
same thing. Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's where poutine originated. Not poutang, poutine. That's where that comes from. Is Quebec.
See, you didn't have to go that far north for poutang when I was growing up, anyway.
Wu Tang, Wu Tang.
Gary,
Abby
when you was
says,
growing up, all they had was just Tang.
that's right. Abby says they have them in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. A defense dad said he just found gravy and cheese curds in his beard. Abby says there's great fishing in Quebec.
Kingpin, are you wondering the same thing I am?
Have we all lost our minds?
I was just
Most likely.
wondering. I was wondering what time of the show y'all start talking about food that we would eat.
I generally see. I kind of checked out of those conversations a long time ago because there's nothing that you guys usually eat that I would put in my
Yeah,
mouth.
but I was about to say, if you've never been to a restaurant with a Kingpin, there's not a lot that he will eat.
I'll tell you what, I stuffed myself last night, man, on some awesome hot wings, man. Jumbo
Well, I do
wings.
love me some hot wings now.
Oh man, they smelled so. As soon as I got them in the truck, man, I couldn't wait to get home, man. You could just cooked just right. Oh man, they were so good.
Tonight
Nice.
we good.
My favorite place, like it's right down the street, for hot wings. About 2-3 years ago, added some type of different like season to their buffalo sauce. It absolutely ruined them.
Tonight we had apple stuffed pork chops, rice pilaf, and corn.
My friend used to make fun of me because I go through cycles when I used to watch TV a lot on stuff that I'd watch, and for a long time I was into cooking shows, especially Gordon Ramsay stuff. Like when I first found Gordon Ramsay, I was like hooked. And he was like, "You watch all these food shows, but there's never one single morsel of food on any of these shows that you'd ever dare eat." I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Well, why do you watch it?" And I was, "I don't. I like watching people cook, but I'd never eat any of that trash that they make."
He likes watching them cook, but not what they're cooking. Yeah, it's like my wife was always watching those cooking shows, and they'd be like, "I would never eat that shit." She's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I'm not eating that. It looks nasty."
Say, if I'm not getting to eat it, I don't want to watch them cook it either.
Now, the one show on Food Network that I actually found interesting was Diners, Dive-Ins, and Drives with Guy Fieri. Some of the places he went to were places like that we would go to, because it was all like hamburger and hot dog joints and stuff like that. Pizza places.
The idea, like when I sit down with somebody that orders a burger, and they get stacked with all kinds of stuff on top of it. When it's made really nice and it's like picture perfect, when they sit it down in front of them, I'm like, man, that looks like heck yeah, you could get good and fat eating some stuff like that. The problem is obviously the taste. But then when you bite into it and stuff starts squirting out, no, I can't. No, that's disgusting.
The barbecue place here has a cheeseburger where instead of a bun, it puts the cheeseburger between two grilled cheese sandwiches. That thing is freaking awesome.
Shit, we had hamburgers tonight. The wife took a little over a pound of hamburger, and made 3 hamburgers out of it.
Dang.
A third pound burger, yeah.
What
I
you
had
ought to
Taco
do
Bell on the way home.
instead of putting a bun on there, take your Krispy Kreme donut and cut it in two. Put that on there for your bun.
Yeah, there's
Krispy-
restaurants that do
Or
that.
French toast. That's good too.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme just announced that we're going to stop doing business with what, grocery stores or gas stations or 7-Eleven. Maybe it was 7-Eleven. Somewhere that it's popular to buy Krispy Kreme that's not a Krispy Kreme place. They said they were going to stop doing business with.
Yeah, the only place around here we get Krispy Kremes is if somebody's doing a freaking fundraiser and
Say
selling them.
Krispy Kremes are best if you go in while they're making them and get them while they're still warm. Oh, man.
It's like 7-Eleven here. They sell Dunkin' Donuts, and then Sheetz has their own.
Yeah, man. I smoke 18 hours a day, but my heart couldn't take a cheeseburger donut, man.
With a fried egg on top.
My my breakfast to go to if we go to Denny's for breakfast is the Grand Slamwich. French toast for the bread, egg, sausage, bacon, and ham with cheddar cheese.
The idea of the fried egg on the burger is appealing. Like it sounds good, but I've never been brave enough to actually give it a shot.
Oh, I have. It's not bad.
Thank you for your tip, but I wouldn't take your advice. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, you don't take anybody's advice when it comes to food.
Well, that's why I said thank you for your tip. But
What I don't understand is when people get these burgers and they got 16 things on top of the burger, and when you look at it, the thing is about 6 inches thick. And it's like, there ain't a person in this world could get their mouth.
Yeah, you have to be one of the aliens from V to eat the damn thing.
It's like, if it's going to fall apart into 15 chunks when you take the first bite, what's the point? Then you got to eat it with a fork.
Yeah. Dislocate your jaw to take a bite.
Yeah. Just give me 2 if you're going to do that crap.
Mm-hmm.
I like it when you go to a burger joint and they serve it with a big giant steak knife.
Uh-huh.
Because you're supposed to cut it in pieces so you can eat it. And I'm like,
yeah, the steak knife sticking out of the top of the bun.
They had one at this truck stop not too far from here, and it was a whole pound, and they had toothpicks in all 4 corners to hold it together, and then they gave you the knife so you could cut it into quarters. But man, it was huge. It's good too.
There's a restaurant up in Clearfield, PA. They make a burger the size of a birthday cake for parties and stuff, and you slice it just like you would one of the circular birthday cakes, and you serve it as wedges of cheeseburger.
Peanut butter burger. Now that's just sick.
What?
Defense Dad's talking about peanut butter burgers.
Okay, obviously.
Yeah, I remember when that was going around.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. For some reason, half of his comments are not showing up in my YouTube feed.
I had to close mine and reopen the chat because it started doing that. I made a comment and it didn't show up on the screen.
Yeah, I keep every time when you guys say he says something, I don't see it. I'm just refreshing the YouTube.
I think YouTube's got problems.
Yeah.
Favorite sandwich at a restaurant is a good old-fashioned club sandwich. If they can make a good one, I like a Cuban, but not too many people make them right. Good.
Cubans and Rubens, and they rhyme.
Yep. But I don't like the Mark Cubans because it's just too rich for me.
A Cuban combined with a Reuben?
Would that be a Rubik's Cuban?
Maybe.
You have to solve the puzzle.
Uh-huh.
mode is releasing the cursing comments. I'm not too sure. I know most people say that if you want to see more of the comments, you should be on the live chat as opposed to the top chat.
Yeah, I haven't seen any being held tonight. So.
My friend, I told you guys know Oz. He plays a lot of video games, so a lot of times when I'll go over there and just talk to him and hang out with him while he's playing a game. And he reads his chat off the PlayStation screen. And there's a lot of times the PlayStation is very censored. Like, I'll type 4 or 5 different things in this YouTube chat that'll come up, and it just won't show up on his screen on the PlayStation chat. And then I'll type something like super innocuous, and it'll show up.
I wonder if that's something that Sony incorporated.
Well, and to be, Oz is a family channel, so
Yeah.
it's not like I'm over there, cutting it up on like a salty cracker chat where anything
Yeah,
goes.
I know what channel you're talking about.
So it's not like I'm saying a bunch of stuff that should be censored, and PlayStation still picks a bunch of it apart.
Mm-hmm. So I'm saying, I mean, it's crazy. They have games on the PlayStation where every other word starts with F and ends in K, and it's not fire truck. And yet they will censor somebody saying the slightest little thing that might be questionable. That is nowhere near as bad as what's the language in some of the games that you can play on the PlayStation is.
I told you YouTube screwed up at one time when I jumped from one chat to another. I was on like the Yankee Marshall chat, right? And then I jumped off of that chat and went over and watched James Yeager. But when I was on James Yeager's chat, listening to him and them guys, my actual chat box was still over on the Yankee Marshall.
Yeah, mine will do that. It'll only last for like 2 or 3 seconds, but mine does that all the time.
One that I've had happen, I'll watch a video, leave a comment, then I'll go watch another video, scroll down to the comment section, and the comment I had left on the other video I watched is in the comment section for the video I watched afterwards. Like, say I watch something on the Tank Museum's channel and I leave a comment, then I go over to say Jay's 2 cents and I watch one of his videos and I scroll down to it, and there's the comment I just left on the Tank channel in that comment section.
You notice he didn't say, when I go over to Tactical Fudge channel and watch one of his awesome videos, and then I skip over to Kingpin's fabulous.
Well, I was trying
his
not to use
outstanding
people
videos.
in the
And I
panel.
might even go over to Gary Gizzard's channel and watch one of his endless
It's happened
classics.
with them
and
too. I was
big
just
night collection.
trying not to use
Talking
people
about
that
his
are on the panel.
multi-billion-dollar serviceman, 100 million subscriber, super giant channels.
I was trying to get more of a variety because these are all related channels here on the panel, and I didn't want to use any of the panelists because I didn't want anybody saying favoritism.
Only the names have been changed to protect the guilty.
And Rich is in favor of cheating, so he's always protecting the guilty.
Uh-huh. Hey, just remember, don't have Rob as your attorney.
You ever seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Negative.
Long time ago.
Remember, he kept running around. The guys was all high on pills and shit, and he kept running around telling me, "It's okay, I'm his attorney."
Mm-hmm. Defense Dad says he kind of wants to go to bed, but he's waiting to see what time his daughter will be home. He says she went to a concert with her mother tonight. Anything good or something stupid, Defense Dad? And he says his favorite sandwich to make at home is a salami pastrami, ham, Swiss cheese, sharp cheddar, Dijon mustard, lettuce, and pickles on toasted pumpernickel rye. Yeah, that does sound good.
That's too fancy for me.
What's fancy about it? The Dijon mustard?
The salami, the pastrami, the pumpernickel, the rye, the Dijon, and the toasted part.
He said Mercy Me is the band, and it's a Christian band. Never heard of them. So. And Gabriel said his dad read parts of Fear and Loathing to him as a kid, which explains a lot.
That was like Johnny Depp's best
Yeah,
movie
Johnny
ever.
Depp.
Well, except for Blow. That was Johnny Depp's best movie ever.
What's Eating Gilbert Grape wasn't bad if you've never seen that. Going around town banging all the women. Now, M. Gabriel asks, anybody like a good Stromboli?
Yep.
The definition of Stromboli changes depending on where you get it. Some places, Stromboli is just a calzone.
Okay. A calzone, a stromboli, a pocket, well, all this, they're all just pizza with crust on the top.
Again, that depends on where you get it. I've had Strombolis, which was more of a sub done in pizza dough.
I like ravioli, man. It's all the same.
Got a lot of green saying, Mercy Me.
Yeah, Defense Dad said he's not familiar with the band. It's not his style.
Looks like you got a problem with Al Green.
No, the Mercy Me.
Yeah, it's Al Green.
No, he's talking about the band. The band that his daughter and wife went to see was Mercy Me.
Yeah, I should have went to go see Al Green.
And then Al Green did.
Yeah, I saw Al Green before he died.
Defense Dad said he'd rather go see Primus.
Primus sucks.
They have a couple of good songs.
Well, that's why. If you were a Primus fan, you would know that when you go to a Primus concert, everyone chants "Primus sucks."
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's.
I've never been to a Primus concert, so
Primus concert. I like Primus. I've seen them like probably. Let me see. Four times? I've seen Primus 4 times. See, Abigail gets it.
or she just doesn't like Primus. It's hard to tell in the YouTube chat.
All right, drive safe, Abby. You know what I used to like when I was a kid, and I kind of like envisioned myself doing it because it seemed so good. Remember when Cliff Huxtable would have the house to himself, and there'd be like the big game or something on, and he'd get this big giant sub and a giant bowl of potato chips and his soda, and it'd be all like, yeah, I'm gonna sit here and eat and sleep on the couch. Like when I was a kid and I would see that, I'd be like, man, I want to do that. That looks great.
Mm-hmm. And every time old Cliff would try to do that, somebody would come in and interrupt him.
Yeah, usually somebody's saying, don't eat that because you're going to have a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because of them, that's why he started putting sleeping pills in everybody's drink.
Mm-hmm. It started where he was just trying to knock them all out so he could eat the sub, yeah. Fence Dad said he also wouldn't mind going to a Southern blues concert. Pretty much anything other than rap, he said. Pretty much where I stand on that too. I want to go to any like this new the pop shit or anything like that either, for that matter.
Yeah, I saw all the good bands when they were younger and I was younger. No need for anything else.
I heard some about the other day on that front where the Rolling Stones are considering going on tour again. Why? So they can
Where?
break a hip?
At the community room of the Sunset Retirement Home?
Jesus Christ! How old are they now? 100 and
Around 80. Pretty close.
yeah.
I tell you what, who I would go see, man. Sammy Hagar is like 75 years old, and some bitch looks like he's 45 years old. I don't know. He struck a deal with the devil or something, man.
Yeah, you want to hear another good one? How you know the wrestler R-Truth, Jason, the black dude that does all the comedy shit? You know how old he is?
Highly unlikely that Jason knows who R-Truth is, because I barely know who R-Truth is.
Well, you know who he is, Kingpin. How old do you think R-Truth is?
50.
Yeah, he's over 50. Looks like he's in his 30s, for God's sake. You have an issue with your mute button, Jason? It keeps muting and remuting.
Nah, that's probably just me clicking.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I've been having some issues.
I click around a bunch of different screens, and if I don't click back on this one, then it's not the main screen. You know what I mean? You go to click and nothing happens.
Last time Scotsman did a show, DM Foss out there. What's up, homie? I was like, all right, cool, I'll join. And I got in the StreamYard, and then I went to go open the YouTube chat, and I'd already had YouTube muted from something I was doing earlier. So I'm listening to the StreamYard and watching the YouTube, and I forget that I'm in StreamYard. And I'm just sitting here watching. I'm like, man, the audio on this is all screwed up. Like, that's the voices and the vision is just not matching. What the hell? I did that for like 10 minutes, and then I started clicking buttons, and I realized I was sitting in backstage in StreamYard the whole time.
That helps. Defense Dad says he played drums with Neil Diamond once in high school. You played drums with Neil Diamond when he was in high school?
Love on the Rocks. Ain't no big surprise.
He said he went to school with Neil Diamond's godson, and he showed up when they were playing in the garage. Now, we weren't picking on Gary Faust. We were talking about Jason said about how old the Red Rocker is, and I brought up a wrestler who's older than what he looks, too. That's all that was. Nobody's picking on Gary, at least not right now.
Y'all will be old someday, too. Won't they, Buck?
I'm getting there.
My body thinks it's older than it is.
We're gonna have an old fogey convention up there in Indianapolis because Buck will be there, Ozzy will be there. Shoot.
Yeah, I wish I was a lot younger, but hell, my car insurance is finally cheap for the first time in my life.
Defense Dad say they played a parody of his song called Crackhead Rosie. He thought it was funny.
I quit paying car insurance years ago, man. Like that car insurance and registration and stuff. It's probably been 10 years and I haven't been pulled over and they haven't called looking for the tags or nothing. You guys don't need that stuff. You'll be alright.
Shit, around here they check your tags.
Just got to make sure you keep fresh tags on your car. So if yours are starting to get old, park at a grocery store and just swap tags with the guy next to you. Then you got a fresh one for a while.
I know around here when COVID hit, they didn't care. They let license plates go for like a year and a half.
Think about how cheap you can get one of those screwdrivers that you can flip one side to flathead, one side to Phillips head, and then when you take it out, you get the little nut driver on the end. So just like Gary said, you see a nice new set of tags, 2 or 3 minutes, they're yours.
Shoot, in the old days, they were all flathead screws. You pretty much just carried a dime around in your car. You could take somebody's plate off.
Where's obnoxious one when you need him to do his rant about the views and opinions of so and so? Don't.
Here's one for you, but bear in mind, Mom's older than hell, and her mind has been slipping. But last summer was her birthday, and she had to go get a new sticker for the license plate. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she went in and got her sticker. She came back out, and there was 2 cars. She's got a silver car. There was 2 silver cars. She went to the wrong car, and she put her brand new sticker on somebody else's license plate.
Oh.
And then found out it wasn't her car, and then just drove home. And I caught it a couple days later, and I was like, I thought you went to get a sticker on your car. She said, I did. I said, well, there ain't a sticker on your car. And she was like, oh, I think I put it on somebody else's car.
Yeah, it don't work when you do that.
No. Jesus, man. Moon said he just paid $540 in registration renewals.
Ooh, see, we don't have that bull crap here.
We don't have that kind of fees in West Virginia, dude.
Yeah, I got to do mine before the end of this next month.
$540?
No, it's about half that.
Here, license plates for like a car or something, I think they run you with the taxes and the fees. I think you're, because they get you for a donation for the blind children here. You can't really say no, you know what I mean? You're an asshole. But I think the whole thing comes out to like $68, $70, something like that. And if you got a bigger, a heavier pickup truck, they get you for like $99. But they don't
send those
go
little
off.
blind children to China and let them work like all the other kids do.
If we don't have to go through inspections or got any of this renewal or taxes or what your car value is or none of that.
You don't pay property tax on yours? I have to.
Yeah, we have to.
Only when you die.
They cut all our property taxes starting next year.
Yeah, only like if you own your car, like say old boy and old girl, they own their vehicle and one dies, the other one will have to pay the taxes on it to keep it.
Inheritance tax.
Jesus, Defense Dad said his car is a 2014 and it still cost him $275 to license it.
Dang. That's more than my 2020 cost.
Yeah, I was assuming Moo probably had multiple cars because he said renewal.
I would hope.
You figure him, his wife, his kid,
That's still a lot.
his girlfriend.
Don't forget Rob's Honda.
His other girlfriend. His other girlfriend. And his
Yeah.
girlfriend's got a girlfriend too.
And Rob's Honda, don't forget that.
They do that nowadays. Yeah.
G23 said he pays $146 for 2 years in Oregon.
You people need to move to a free state, man.
Yeah.
Foss says his is $130 on his SUV. Moose said it was 3 vehicles: a 2019 Silverado, a 2012 Honda, and a 2022 Equinox. That's still a lot for 3 cars. Good Lord.
I
No,
pay
my
about
wife-
$28.
My wife pays every 3 years G23. Last time she paid, it was like $150 for 3 years, if I remember right. So it was like $50 a year. The fence dad said they
Wheel
$90 of theirs is a wheel tax.
The hell?
Good Lord. Wheel tax.
They got to tax you one way or another. Call it whatever
And
they
then
have
hit
to.
you on a tax. It doesn't even give you an amount that doesn't even evenly divide into 4. Christ.
Maryland does so much road construction. They could have paved the entire continental United States by now.
Oh man, it's
I'm
nowhere near as
talking
bad
about
as
in the
PA.
past 2 years.
Nowhere near as bad as PA. At least this side of Maryland isn't. This side of Maryland hardly has ever has road construction. I don't guess over your side, eastern, northern Maryland.
Oh man, road construction's a huge business in Columbus. It's nonstop. They have project. It's nonstop. Like you could literally get hired in your first job there and retire there and still be on the same roads, man.
If you drive from the Pennsylvania West Virginia border up to Erie on Interstate 79, 3/4 of the road of your journey is going to be through a construction site where they're doing road work. Guarantee it. They're always doing some road work on 79.
Yeah, they are always building new lanes, underpasses, overpasses, exchanges, big, huge projects, year after year after year after year after year. That's just it's a nonstop. It's like orange barrel heaven around here.
Just to make sure everybody's aware of the fact that roll back a year or two, and the only Oklahoma's own, the gun snob, told everybody that the underpass would become a phenomenon. So you're hearing it already. Jason said there's underpasses all over Ohio now.
And not like what not like what Snob was calling an underpass. According to Snob, a tunnel is an underpass.
No, not really. We have tunnels and we have underpasses. There's 2 different things.
Or my uncle used to call them viaducts.
Yep, viaduct.
Mm-hmm.
We call them viaducts, but that's when they go over water, right?
That's an aqueduct.
Not to be confused with aqualung,
Which is a good
which is when you're
song from
sitting on a park bench.
Cleaning up
Look
pieces
at
of his
little
broken lung.
girls. The hell's wrong with you people? Dirty old men.
Well, that's exactly what the
It's a
song's
great
about.
song, though.
It's a good song. I
Just
mean,
don't listen to the lyrics.
yeah. Yeah. Jethro Tull singing a song about Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody should do that, a video of Joe Biden with Aqualung playing in it.
That's an idea. We got
Yeah,
DM Foss out there. He's a guy that makes up all these memes and stuff. He could get on that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine like Joe Biden could do like the what was from DuckTales, the Mega Duck, the guy that turned into the robot.
Oh, Gizmo Duck. Mega
Gizmo
Duck
Duck.
was the villain on Darkwing Duck.
He'd be, hey, guy, the thing, Blatherskite and stuff and things.
It turns into Gizmo Duck. Oh, man.
Hey man, about a month ago, did you see all the president's pictures with mullets? They had a computer generate what every president would look like with a mullet. And Joe Biden actually looked pretty cool, man. He looked like Joe Dirt.
Moose says Disco Duck.
Yeah, Disco Duck.
Vanessa Kitty has made her return.
Yes, the custom plate things, we have those. We have all kinds of them here in this state.
Yeah, I almost got the Gadsden flag ones, and then it's like, well, do I want? That's about like putting a sticker on the back of your vehicle that says I have a gun in here. So,
Yeah, my wife wanted to get the disabled veteran plate when I got approved finally for the VA. It couldn't because you have to have 100% disability. 70% is not good enough for them. You got to be a full 100%.
You
I
can
bet
always
places
go ahead
they
and
don't-
put "we" on your license plate.
but here, if you get the one that's got the Gadsden flag, then I think they donate like $50 of every one of those to the Kansas State Rifle Association. So
It's not bad.
I'll just give KSRA an extra $50 if that's the case.
Fawcett, his wife's car has a Washington State University plate.
Yeah, mine's just a personalized plate. But when you get those, you get a different color scheme than the regular state plates are, so they're kind of cool. They're kind of a reddish brown, and they got wheat on them and stuff.
Rob has joined us.
Out there in the chat, he was out there first earlier tonight. His kid stopped by unannounced or something, so he wasn't able to jump on the panel tonight.
Which one?
I don't know. When my wife had her white Ford Focus, I told her she needed to get a custom plate that said marshmallow on it, but she wouldn't do it.
I think
Well,
you've
not
got a
that.
character limit.
Well, that would have fit. West Virginia's got a ridiculous character limit on the license plates.
So we can only do 7.
Yeah, you can do over 7 here. You can do like 20 things on a license plate or something like that. Some of the custom plates people have here are ridiculous.
Ours aren't even embossed anymore. In fact, ours are just plastic. It's printed
Huh.
plastic.
Our son's the one that dubbed her car the Marshmallow. Spot little
The-
Ford that was
the
white.
Then you'd
Mellow
have
Mobile.
G
Looked like a
Web's dog
marshmallow.
one to ride in there. Oh, the new kid.
Well, Rob, that thing about the new kid, you don't have to potty train or nothing like that now.
But was the new kid on the block?
It's New York Outcast. There's a new kid in town.
Defense Stat says, well, if you have custom plates, it's harder to get away with doing stuff like spinning cookies in the snow.
Spinning cookies.
That's what he said.
He's one of those weirdos from Nebraska. So
Spinning
he only means
cookies.
donuts.
Yeah.
Donuts? Yeah.
Donut, maybe, yeah.
Or cutting kitties? Yeah.
Yeah, well, how do you spin a cookie with a car?
Never heard that one.
Yeah, I was just reading what he said verbatim, and that's what he said, spinning cookies. Maybe it's a mini donut. I don't know.
That's when one wheel just spins.
But again, he lives way out in the middle of Nebraska. He might not know that donuts exist yet. Like we might not have traveled out there to tell those people, "Hey, look at this invention. It's called the donut."
Yeah, he's using the excuse that it's the same as a donut. A cookie is not a donut. I've had cookies and I've had donuts.
Nope,
not
they're
the
two
same
different things entirely. If I go to a donut shop and they give me a cookie, I'm going to be like, well, what the heck? Somebody messed up.
Defense Stat also says he saw in their parking lot a white Bronco that had the license plate that said IDK OJ. In other words, the internet abbreviation for I don't know, and it said OJ.
See what happens when Midnight Rain stops doing his show. You know, our resident chef stops doing his show, and then barbecue stops doing the grill and chat.
Mhm.
People
Yeah, I
start
gotta keep
eating
going.
cookies and donuts for the same thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, people forget all about hot dogs and sandwiches and Slim Jims, which is the
Mhm.
official candy of gun channels, by the way.
Yep.
Our education system needs to be revamped.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to go ahead and get off of here. I gotta get up early in the morning.
Okay, but
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
right.
I forget some people have to work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Well, he's got all those presses he's got to pay for now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go to work early. All right, thanks for the invite, y'all.
Yep, take her
Yep.
easy, Buck.
See
there we
you.
go,
I'll
Buck.
see y'all sometime this week.
Oh, yeah.
You better be available next weekend, man.
Yeah, I'm out too.
Yeah, you better be available next weekend too, man.
Yeah, I should be ready by the time both shows start on each night. But
Well, remember, Saturday it starts at 1.
well, yeah. So at 8, I'll probably show up.
1?
1, yes.
Yeah, NXT says it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next weekend's WrestleMania weekend, Gary. It's going to be an insane weekend for the channel next weekend.
All right, gentlemen. Y'all have a good rest of your evening. Enjoy the week and all that kind of good stuff. It was good chatting with you.
Yep.
All right,
Catch
take her
you,
easy.
catch you
I'll
later,
see you, brother.
Kingpin.
Everybody in the chat, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night.
It's Saturday, man. Saturday's going to be get up in the morning and start streaming.
Gonna be a long day.
Yes, it's going to be a long day Saturday. I don't even know if I'm going to stop one stream to go into the other. I might just keep and start up another. I might just keep that one stream over and just take an intermission.
Guess you could.
What do you think, Jason? Should we do it that way on Saturday? Just do one stream and have an intermission between the two shows?
Probably.
'Cause as
I'm
soon as
afraid I'm
one's,
going to miss it if it starts at 1 o'clock because
well,
I'm
you ain't
going to
into
be
wrestling anyway, so.
midget med wrestling, but you don't ever do that. So
I haven't found a professional league for that yet that does broadcasts. So. It's going to be an interesting day next Saturday. The best part is, right? I tell my wife about next weekend in the car. She's like, okay. We get in the supermarket, like not even 5 minutes after I was just telling her all this. And she's like, well, Saturday we got to go to Sam's Club. I was like, I done just told you in the car I can't do anything next weekend. Jesus Christ. And one in one ear and out the other.
you know what else Saturday is?
What's that?
It's April Fool's Day.
Mm-hmm.
It's also Wanamaker Tulsa Arm Show. It's the first one I've missed since well, I've been to every one since 2018, so it's been a while since I missed a Wanamaker.
One of these days I might make it there. I don't know. I was hoping to be able to go in November, but I doubt that's going to happen. Never know. The worst part is she always gets her vacations, and instead of asking me what dates we should schedule for her vacation ride so we can go to these events, she always schedules it, and it's like, oh, if I'd have known that, I would schedule my vacation then. Well, next time, ask me. She's done this for like the last 3 years. It's like it doesn't dawn on her to ask about this stuff before she takes her vacation, because they got to schedule their vacations like at the beginning of the year or some shit like that and have them turned in for the rest of the year.
We were supposed to, but nobody ever did it. Then we'd save up a bunch of leave until like October, November, and then they'd make us take it. So we'd have to take off 2 or 3 weeks in a row.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's why we get to go to the American Outdoor Show, because it's not the calendar year. It's whatever year the hospital uses that they have to do their vacations by. Even after having her surgery where she was out for almost 3 months, by the time February rolled along and she had to use up some of that time, she had enough time where she could take off like 5 days in a row to go to the Great American Outdoor Show. So it works out that way in the end. But then once March and stuff comes around, she's starting from scratch again, basically, as far as when she can take vacations and stuff. And at that point, she doesn't want to just take like 4 days off in a row in case something comes up later in the year where she needs to have that paid time off. It's like, you get so much of it, what difference does it make? She gets enough paid time off where she could take 5 or 6 week-long vacations in the course of the year. But officially, she only gets 3.
Now I get all my time paid.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I'm getting over $1,900 a month now from the VA to do basically nothing. So.
Well, I can't say much. I get Social Security. So
Rob says a second wife could make things work. Yeah, but I'm not Muslim or Mormon, so I don't know if I could get away with that.
never know till you try.
The federal government tends to frown on it in this country.
They got to find out about it first.
Yeah,
I
do not have.
I keep seeing all these things on TV where this guy's married to 2 different wives in 2 different states for like 10 years, and they never find out about each other because He he's a salesman. He's on the road all the time. So it's
I-
like,
th-
how
there's
could
one-
you pull
there's-
that off?
There's one problem with that theory, though. I'm not allowed to drive, so I couldn't pull it off. You know what I could do? I could just write a letter to the city of San Francisco and tell them I identify as a black guy that lives in San Francisco, and then they'll send me $5 million and problems are solved, right?
Let me know how that works for you.
Yeah.
Hey, they're the ones that said they're going to give the $5 million to anybody that identifies as being black. So, since they go by what people identify as what they are, if I say I identify as somebody that lives in San Francisco, wouldn't that, by their logic, count?
Probably.
They would have to, right? Or else they couldn't accept everybody else's identities that they think they are. Hey, Moo.
Hey, what's going on, fellers? You just said you got $1,900 a month. You can spare $1,900.
No, that goes to supplement what my wife's measly salary.
I don't need excuses.
My wife has a job where you need a college education to have it, and she's making less than what somebody at some fast food restaurant makes half the time in some places. It's fucking
That's unfortunate.
Well, when something opens up the fast food joint, she needs to get in there real quick.
She doesn't want to do that.
Then you get a discount.
I told her you'd be better off working at McDonald's. She's like, I ain't working at fucking McDonald's. And at the fence dad like a year ago was telling us about how Arby's was paying like $20 an hour in his neighborhood. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. $20 an hour to work at Arby's. And I don't know about you guys, but the last couple times I've gone to Arby's, they did not get my order right. Or if we went through the drive-thru, they forgot to include part of our order.
I haven't been to Arby's in so long, I don't even remember.
I went and tried one of those spicy chicken sandwiches from Wendy's last week. It was pretty damn good.
told you,
Now
man.
that I can, there's one of those 15 minutes from me. That's not too hard to accomplish.
I told you, man, as far as fast food chicken sandwiches, I think Arby's has the best spicy chicken sandwich.
Arby's?
Wendy's.
Yeah.
Oh, Arby's does too. If you ever had their buffalo slider, that's pretty damn good too.
Yes, I have. Yeah, but no, you're right. That Wendy's, and plus, it was like the perfect storm. Everything was like fresh, hot off the grill. The French fries were hot. The sandwich was hot. It was fast. I mean, it was. I hit it on the right moment. But yeah, I gotta say that's my favorite chicken sandwich going on right now. I don't eat out a whole lot of fast food, but I've had the Chick-fil-A, the McDonald's spicy one, which is actually pretty good. I'll put that in number 2 spot.
You gotta try those Arby's buffalo sliders, man.
Oh, I've tried those. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I was coming out of work one day and I'm like, oh, Wendy's right now. Okay. It was like 1 PM. I'm like, spicy chicken it is. Yeah, I've been listening while I was doing my chores.
Chores?
Oh, I vacuumed, I did dishes, cleaned the kitchen, took the garbage out.
I did that on Friday. I worked my butt off on Friday picking up the place and cleaning. And I'm glad it's done.
Had the dog, walked the dog, gave her medicine. She's hobbling around on 3 legs, so yeah. But yeah, been a busy Sunday for me so far. Oh, got my paperwork done for my reports, so I'm all caught up for work tomorrow.
The fence dad said he likes Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich best.
That
Never been
is
to
a good-
Popeyes.
That is a good sandwich. Oh man, I might
They
have to put
just
that at
started
number 2.
getting them around here, so I haven't been to one yet.
I'm right in between 2 Popeyes, so I can, yeah.
Yeah, the
Chicken for Popeyes.
closest Popeyes is in Winchester. The next closest one is probably in Hagerstown, and they're both about an hour away. So. I haven't been to one of them yet. Faust says the Arby's in Pullman, Washington used to sell wine. Of course, if you're going to get an Arby's roast beef, you got to have a glass of wine to go with it, right? Is that proper etiquette?
Yeah,
Red wine or white wine?
I think Sun Country wine cooler in the 2-liter pairs well with Arby's.
It would have to be red wine, right? Red with beef.
It's supposed to be.
Supposedly, yeah. Or a box, some kind of box wine.
I was gonna say, does it come in a box, like a little juice box? But it's got
It's
wine.
Arby's, it probably does.
It says Franzia on the side of it. I remember the box wine days. Hey, this is way cheaper.
Right. And now you can buy wine in Walmart.
Had a dispenser right on it. You just stick it in your fridge. Time to party. $7, you got the whole box. You knew it had to be good wine.
Walmart here, the wine aisle is weird. You got wine on one side, beer on the other side, and then once you get past the wine, that's where they have the Snapple and iced teas. One of those things doesn't belong.
Bling.
That ain't right.
Well, we're talking about stuff coming in a box.
Mhm. Got a point.
What did you tell you? Yeah, I will agree with that. I will concur with that sentiment.
Maybe it was a cardboard box.
In
Letterbox.
that case, he may have.
You guys are terrible.
Maybe
So
a
anyway,
vinyl.
oh mama.
Some things you people out there in the chat just can't experience. Nor should you. Trust me.
Well, neither is Night Strike.
Well, especially if it's Night Strike.
Well, if I was hammered, I wouldn't even have put it in there.
No, you would just said it.
Damn chores.
Night Strike don't watch his show.
Oh,
It's past his bedtime anyway.
Now everybody out there in the chat's probably trying to figure out what the hell we said about Night Strike.
What can you say about Night Strike that hasn't already been said?
Oh, I'm sure there's something.
he likes milk right from the cow.
Oh no, he says that kills you.
He loves it when you don't get your vaccinations
Um,
and
yeah,
wear
Rob. No, you don't.
Yeah, it's sitting next to him.
Hopefully he's back from the gathering. That's over, isn't it?
I don't know. Was that this weekend?
Yeah.
I forget who the hell asked me if I was going to the gathering at the Great American Outdoor Show. I was like, yeah, that probably ain't happening. I think it was Matt from Live Free that asked me that.
No, he was going to the lathering. Get it all soapy. Oh, Rob's talking about the box he gets to play with.
He needs to specify because
maybe
the way he said it.
Chat.
I mean, it's the way he said it's cool. I got a box. I was like, no, you don't.
Well, it's 2023. You never know.
Yeah, he is in New York.
All right, turn your camera on, Rob. Let's see it.
No, that's not.
Okay. Not on this channel?
No. The network that this is on does not begin with a P.
And end with a hub.
Yes, exactly.
It would give this unloaded a whole new meaning.
Oh, yes, it would. And your joke about Night Strike would have been even more apropos.
Oh man.
Now everybody's probably wondering even more what we're talking about.
What the hell?
Must be a train coming.
I don't know, somebody watching boxing? What the hell?
No, my paper
Round
towel,
two.
my paper towel holder fell over and hit my bottle of vodka.
Did it break it?
Oh no.
Well, speaking of broken things, Moo, I had to order a new motherboard.
Yeah, I caught that earlier. Where was that? What was that place that Jason's driving you to?
Oh, not Jason, Kingpin. Micro Center.
Kingpin?
You've never heard of Micro Center?
Center.
They're opening one in Indianapolis.
There's one in Kansas City.
I wish they'd open one here.
Yeah, we got one here. It's an awesome place.
Well, they're based out of Columbus.
Yep.
Yeah, this place is freaking awesome. If you're looking for something computer-wise and Micro Center doesn't have it, nobody does.
Rob wanted to hear more cowbell.
More cowbell.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, my son-in-law, well, my daughter called me and she told me that my son-in-law was sad. And I said, why? She said, well, one of his fans went out on his computer. You know, he built his own computer and one of his case fans went out. And so he couldn't play his video games and stuff. Said it's going to be at least a week before he can get a fan in.
If only one way.
It's like, unless you know someplace he can get one quicker. And she happened to be at my house. I said, well,
Micro Center?
if he can handle an hour drive to Kansas City, I said, I guarantee you we can find one there. And
Good
she
Lord,
said, where? And I said, Micro Center.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they have one.
For that matter, if he's got Amazon Prime, shit, some of those case fans in there are next day delivery.
Back then, Dad didn't have Prime. But this was like 12 years ago or better.
Shit, man. I had a fan explode and freaking Arctic sent me one replacement. No questions asked. If you want good computer fans that don't cost a bunch and have really good customer service, Arctic.
He had like 4 case fans on this thing. One of them
Is that all?
Yeah.
But still, you got 4 fans. Depending on
Yeah,
what
but
they're
one of
running,
them
3's enough.
with one of them quit, then it couldn't run the CPU at full power because it would overheat it. So he'd have to clock it down, and then he couldn't play his video games. That was the story I heard anyway.
That story is correct. That's a story and a half right there.
Yeah, my son-in-law wouldn't lie to me.
Uh-huh.
Nah, he's a good egg.
Yeah, fast. I've had that happen. Not that fast. Order at 2 a.m. and got it at 8 a.m. But it's, like a local hub or something has whatever I ordered, and it was here the next morning for sure.
It's going to be cool soon because they're building a warehouse hub for Amazon up in Cumberland, which is like a half hour from here. So we should be getting our Amazon orders a lot quicker than usually we get them within 1 or 2 days.
Oop, my mic wigged out. Is it working? What?
What?
As soon as I was starting to say that, I'm going, these guys are going to mess with me.
We're not that kind of people.
Uh-huh.
Jason's not anyway. Jason
isn't.
Yeah, not me. Don't worry about me.
He's innocent, can't you tell?
Uh-huh.
I've met him. He's just like that in real life. He just looks innocent.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've met him too. So
I was
about to say
acquitted.
my wife can get a job at Amazon.
Ooh.
Man, if they open a micro center here, I'm gonna be first in line to apply for a job. I will figure out a way to get there.
My son worked for Amazon for about a year, and he got fired because when he he parked in the parking lot, came in and swiped his ID, and then had to walk all the way through the warehouse to get to his workstation because he had to park on the other side of the warehouse that day.
Mm-hmm.
They said it took him too long to get to his workstation, so they fired him.
With my luck, if I went to work for Micro Center, they'd have me building computers all day. And if you've never built a computer, it gets tedious doing that for a living.
Any kind of work sounds tedious to me. I just rather not.
Man, I want a job just so I can get out of the damn house.
Oh, I get out of the house anytime I want to, but this getting up at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning and stuff, like, no. I might go to bed by then. Might.
Yeah, but going back to the Amazon thing, and I'll say my wife can work there. They're doing starting to do a lot of automation shit at Amazon. They've been laying off a lot of people.
Just as long as you get my stuff to me on time.
Yeah, there was just a news something or other came out, said they laid off a whole bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
I should open up a cardboard recycling just for all the damn Amazon boxes.
Yeah, something like since the beginning of last year, January of 2022, Amazon has laid off like 15,000 people, something like that. And they plan to lay off more.
Well, if anybody needs counseling on how to successfully stay home and not go to work, have them get a hold of me so I can tell them how to make that happen.
You son of a.
You'll find out, Moo, in about 10 years.
Well, Moo tried, but he only got suspended.
I'm hoping for 5 years.
Take an early retirement, Moo.
Oh, I'm just waiting for that shoe to drop, you know.
I didn't think it ever happened. Once I saw that crack in the door, it's like, I'm putting my foot in there, man. I'm going. My coworkers looked at me and said, "Are you going to take it?" And I looked at him like, "Oh, yeah."
Does a cat have an ass? That's what my
No
mom said.
kidding.
Man, I got some thunderstorms coming. I'm hearing the thunder in the distance.
Thunder.
Oh, the government running your mouth in your area?
Are you coming to see if I have any pistol braces?
Wasn't there just an injunction or something to put in on that?
I don't know, man. Got to the end of May, I guess, right?
I thought somebody was saying that they had they either filed an injunction or had one granted. I forget what it was.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going up against it.
I know the head of the ATF just got torn into by the House this week over it, and the Senate.
If only I had any pistol braces, I'd be concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Be real concerned.
Don't go back and look at any of my social media.
Mm-hmm. But I got rid of that years ago.
It's still somewhere.
The defense dad said he put in for a new job. He said if he gets this new job this week, he'll work from home.
Well, good luck, and good luck with the jerk.
Yeah, if go ahead, Kerry.
I've done that before. I know what's better than working from home. That's not working from home.
I was going to say,
Just rub it in.
COVID proved it was Gary's job to could do it from home.
I did
Yeah.
for 2.5 years.
Well, I'm kind of sad, none of my, other than one time when one of my old coworkers called to ask me a question, nobody's called and said, "Oh, we're just having so much trouble now that you're gone." I kept waiting for that call, and it's like they don't even realize I'm gone. It's like it's kind of sad. It's like, yep, he's just old history. We moved on. They got the young bucks in there now doing that stuff.
I can deal with that.
Yeah, it's not breaking my heart too bad.
No.
But still, it would kind of be a reinforcement to say, man, it just ain't been the same since you.
Oh man, remember when all the Twitter people that work for Twitter were throwing a fit because Elon Musk said that the days of working from home are over and that they would have to go to work 5 days a week? Oh my God!
Yeah, the people in my company threw a fit, and they ended up compromising where they only made them come in 2 days a week. So where I used to work, there's only 2 days a week that's mandated that people have to be on site. I think that's Tuesday and Wednesday. Of course, in my job in IT, we didn't get to work from home. We had to report to site because we were essential.
Yeah, I've had my new job for 6 months, and I'm still getting phone calls from my old job.
We need you back. This isn't working.
I still get LinkedIn notifications. Hey, we found a job that may be just right for you. I'm saying,
Oh,
no, it's not. LinkedIn. I have in my job description, it clearly says retired. I mean, what part of that do you not understand?
Mhm.
Oh, I get LinkedIn emails constantly. Well, number one, going upgrade to LinkedIn Premium,
Uh-huh.
or because my title has the word physician in it, physician liaison, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get all these emails saying, "Hey, we need a physician over here for this." I'm like, no, I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV. And I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Defense Dad says, man, he could totally Porky Pig it 3 days a week for Zoom calls. Probably frown on at the office days though. That's called doing a Jeffrey Toobin. Yeah,
I was going to say, just good work for CNN.
Well, Jason got where I was going with that. For those of you who don't remember, Jeffrey Toobin is the lawyer who works for CNN that caught jerking off on the Zoom call.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've got like 3 stunt shirts hanging over here on the wall for my virtual meetings. I just rotate them because you wear them for like an hour.
You got a tie to go with them?
Yeah, one of them. Depending on who I'm talking to. The love doctor.
That's the thing about having a cat is Porky Piggin's never a good idea because that's when the cat wants to jump up on your lap, and that never ends well. So,
Oh, I'd use that to my advantage. I'd like end the stream, end the call, and send him a private message. Oops, my cat just ripped at my computer.
Yeah. And for your Love Doctor thing, Moo, you have to have as your theme song, Dr. Love.
They call me Dr. Love.
Dr. Love. I got the
I
cure.
can't sing worth a crap. And Gary's would be, thank you for being a friend.
You'd have to move to Miami for that, right? Isn't that where they were supposed to be at, Miami?
I don't know. That'd be a
Mine
good
would be
tribute.
take
list.
this job and shove it. That'd be-
Yeah, I
Oh,
told you to play that as. Remember, I told you need to take a boom box to work with you on your last day and play that as you were walking out the door.
Johnny Paycheck.
You didn't see the picture I sent the hens
No,
the
I
afternoon that I retired.
No,
I'll
I
have
did
to
not.
find that and maybe I could share it. Let me see if I
There you
still
go.
have it. That was December the
You got
15th.
2 middle fingers and your flies undone.
Not that picture.
Oh.
Oh, here it is. Yeah. Let's see. Let me export that. You'll like this. Okay, so let me open that up now. If I can find it. Okay, share screen. There you go.
There you
That
go.
was on the drive home from work. I got on the old iPhone and I said, "Play, take this job and shove it." It did too. Dang, my screen's dirty.
It'll happen.
Well, when the sunlight reflects off of it just right, especially, you see every little speck of dust.
Uh-huh.
I just bought one of those little window cleaner extension things so I could wash my windshield. I can't get my fat ass up in there and reach all the way down the dashboard.
Yeah.
Because if I drive at night, man, the inside of my windshield, it's like somebody been smoking cigars in here or something. It's cloudy as a hooker's pap smear.
Wow.
Body is really hooker's urine test.
Well, you know, we were taught years ago to paint a picture, you know, so.
Mhm.
Shot the dude. Well, let's see. What was the other? Oh, G23 posted that Judge and then the Taurus 856. The 856 two-tone with that grip, I've been looking at that thing for months.
Which grip are you talking about?
It's like a black and white G10 looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, is this on the brush stainless model?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's a good looking grip.
Yeah, I'd be leery about getting an 856 after what Krabby after he got it back from Taurus after they repaired it. Yeah, it looked like they hot glue gunned the barrel.
Oh, I remember that.
That was bad.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, that keeps popping up on several of the websites that I peruse.
Is that the one I held at SHOT Show? Let's see. Let me look. What 856 did I do there? Or did I do it? I'm pretty sure I did an 856.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got that black cylinder and the black trigger, black and gray grips.
Hmm. So many guns.
G23 said it comes with 2 sets of grips. I wonder what the other set looks like.
No. Maybe I didn't. 605. Yeah, there's Nate. No, the 856 I had just had the black rubber grips on it.
Yeah, the wood grips on the Taurus, like the Judge Executive, are almost identical to the ones I got on my 627.
I've been in lockdown buying any firearms recently. I want to buy a fiberglass topper for my truck. Those aren't cheap.
Yeah, they got outrageous in price.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, in a few months, we get to finally get all the bills caught up from when she missed work. With the pay raise I got from the VA, hopefully I'll be able to put something on layaway. She was out of work for almost 3 months, so we're, behind still trying to get caught up. Amazing how fast you can get behind on things when the main money earner in the house doesn't work for 2 months, almost 3.
I've been there.
Yeah, my main earner in my house stopped working too.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I can't get George to go to work either.
Well,
I suggested it. And
you can hire him out as a mouser.
he could do her. He can catch mice.
Does he still have his claws?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when we had a cat, we never declawed him either. He used to bring squirrels, rabbits, birds, mice, drop them at the sliding glass door.
I used to do that to my cats, and then after reading a few articles on it, I didn't have the heart to do it anymore. It's like that's too cruel.
Yeah, they can cause all kinds of problems when they get older too.
Well, you're basically cutting the ends of their fingers off at the first
Uh-huh.
joint. It's like, it ain't worth that. It's bad enough I had to take him to get the you-know-what cut off. And
Uh-huh.
that kind of hurt my feelings, too. It's like, buddy, I don't want to do this to you. I don't.
Then you got the dogs that do the ears and dock the tail, and
Yeah, like the Dobermans, the Rottweiler.
and then you get the
Doberman,
boys.
Rottweiler, they don't do the ears; they just do the tail.
Yeah,
Is this the Taurus you were talking about, Moo?
yeah, that's the one
Mhm.
he had up on his Instagram. I just like the looks of it.
Yeah, it is a nice looking gun.
Yeah, I like the black.
The black trim, like you got the ejection rod, the cylinder, the release, the trigger, the hammer, front
Yeah.
sight, and then the grips just match perfectly.
Yeah,
That
it looks,
color scheme on the
just
grip.
like the looks of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
Those grips are G10, aren't they?
I believe so. Yeah,
he said it comes with
Yeah,
a
VZ. So yeah, I would say they're
Yeah.
G10.
yeah.
That's the only thing I wouldn't like is G10 grips. I like the Hogue rubber grips.
It says night sights, but that's a
Yeah,
it's
right.
Singular, not plural.
Yeah.
A night
Yeah.
front sight
night front sight. Yeah,
and a channel.
notice it says night sights. I've never seen one of those tunnel sights be a freaking night sight.
Well, they must give you an extra tube to go in that front sight. They probably do. They usually do give you a replacement filament for those.
He said it comes with a set of rubber grips too, black rubber.
Yeah, no. If it was,
If you were going to shoot it very much, you'd wish you had those rubber grips on there.
if it were fiber optic, I could see that. I've never seen a tritium one be replaceable.
That's fiber optic, isn't it?
No, night sight. It's probably tritium if it's a night sight.
Sure looks like fiber optic.
Fiber optic's not a night sight. It's just a high vis.
I can read too. I'm just telling you from the looks of it. It's a picture.
Well, no, because if it were a fiber optic, you would see the filament in the front too.
On
So
the other
filament-
side, you could see it
that's all
though.
right
I
there.
thought.
And it's got that
I
writing.
don't know. The way the pictures work, it just auto rotates. So,
That picture makes it look like the barrel's crooked too.
yeah, it's not a very good one. Wish they had
You gonna say
reconfigured.
it's Smith and Wesson put that together? Or?
I
Too
sold
soon?
a 629 because the barrel was canted.
Yeah, Smith and Wesson's been bad about that the last few years.
Oh, G23 says it is fiber optic.
Fiber optic on a night sight.
Well, if you got those ones that have the tritium and the fiber
Yeah.
optic in there.
Yeah, if it's both. Who makes the sight? Does it say who makes the sight?
There's a radio-
I think does that say Ameriglow? If it's Ameriglow, it might be both.
Oh, you had the specs up a second ago.
Yeah, it's an Ameriglow sight, so yeah, it might be both. So it says Ameriglow HGFJ on the side of the sight there. Real small writing here. In the description, it just says it's a night sight.
With
So you
an
do that
orange
for-
outline.
Yeah.
Meprolite or what are those other ones? The XS Big Dots, I think, had both.
Apparently, this one can be sold in California.
I want to get me a set of XS big dots.
That's what I
Yeah.
got on my.
They'd send me a set of sights as long as I told them what I wanted. I just haven't decided what I wanted yet.
So I got on my Shockwave is a XS big dot night sight on the front sight.
Oh, you guys were talking about that Remington TAC 14 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And remember, they came out with the 13. That was
Yeah,
the
13, which was a semi.
the auto load. Oh, did you guys talk about that too?
No, we didn't talk about that one.
Oh.
That's-
Yeah, that's the one I wanted. And then they became scarce as hen's teeth. And if you can find them, they're super expensive.
Hen's teeth? Yeah. So G23 sent me a picture. So you'll share my screen. Not sure why he sent it to me and not you, but
I don't know.
Probably because you were
Yeah.
arguing that it was fiber.
anyway, it's
The email's
whenever
right
you
there
want
on
to
the
share it.
screen. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you had that up. Yeah, it's probably both then. If, like I said, if it's Ameriglow, I know Ameriglow makes where they're both night and fiber optic. But generally speaking, fiber optic's not a night sight in and of itself. It has to be the dual type because fiber optic works because it amplifies, it catches the light. And,
Gonna have a hard time shooting that thing though with that orange thing in the
Yeah, I
end.
know.
That's the equivalent of a chamber flag for a revolver.
Mm-hmm.
that's exactly what it is. What gets me is somebody had just done a review. I'm trying to remember who it was of a revolver, and when they opened the box, it came with one of those damn locks like you would put in a semi-auto. How the hell are you going to put that in a revolver? Put it through the cylinder?
You got to open the cylinder and put it through the barrel.
Well, guys, I'm gonna hop on off here.
All right, Jay.
Okay.
If I knew how to swallow a warm Pepsi. But all right, I'll see you guys all later.
All right, eat more mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Yeah, see ya.
Later.
Little garlic aioli.
I know who it was. It was Military Arms Channel. He just did a video on oh shit, I forget which revolver it was now. It was one of the budget revolvers, and he did a video on it. What is this any good? I forget what company it was. Damn it! It was just on his YouTube channel this past week. Yeah, he seemed to like it. So it shot well. Let's see here. Oh, it's the SAR, the one that SAR came out with, the SAR 38. And he seemed like it shot pretty good and everything. So,
Didn't Rich say we could show our guns on this chat?
I don't care.
As long as you're holding them.
We've done
Well,
it
they aren't
before.
going to hold themselves now, are they?
Yeah, I don't know. According to the left, they do a lot of things by themselves.
See, if I don't hold it up, it's going to fall on the floor. Nobody wants that. That's dangerous. So it's just a matter of safety that I hold on to it, YouTube.
Shit. They already took down a video and gave me a strike for who knows what.
Might as well have a reason. Yeah.
Hell, they don't need a reason anymore. We may have made a joke about an election, something that would be enough for them to take the video down. Interestingly enough, that video is still up on Rumble if anybody wants to watch it. That was episode 148.
Which one are you talking about?
Episode 148.
Yeah. What was it?
I don't know why they took it down. But it was episode 148. So
Is that the one where you were showing the porn on here?
No, they said something about it had to do with the election.
You did say election. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that right there is enough. It's like, somebody said something about the election and blah 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 blah. Like, we're gonna give you a chance to review your video. Come over to the channel to do just that. By the way, it was like a 2.5 hour video, and it was already gone. So how the hell am I supposed to review it?
You talking about that one guy pulling his horn on the?
I have no idea what we talked about in that. That was over a year ago, for God's sake.
No, we're talking about that at Teams meeting or whatever. The guy was yanking his chain.
Oh, that was yeah.
This is on the Zoom meeting.
Call.
I think,
That was Jeffrey Tubin on his Zoom call.
That's right.
He was tubing.
Tubin was tubing.
He was me tubing. What a dipshit.
The defense that said YouTube is now going after gaming channels that show violent content. There's quite a lot of tech channels that do benchmarking of computer parts and stuff that could be hit with that shit too.
Well, as long as they go after them and leave us alone for a while, I'm okay.
Well, they're going after them and us is the problem.
We're innocent. Most of us.
You should start a float plane account, Gary.
A what?
Float plane. You don't know what float plane is?
No.
It's kind of like a Utreon thing where you get paid, where you can get paid like you would on Utreon and stuff.
I've flown on 3 different float planes.
Yeah.
Say,
Forgotten Weapons has an account on float plane.
I was gonna say I've got an account on Utreon. And nobody subscribe to me there. I mean, I got followers, but there's nobody that actually subscribing there is actually the same as joining on YouTube.
You can actually do live streams on float plane.
You can do them on Utreon too. And Rumble.
Yeah.
And Twitch.
Floatplane is owned by the parent company of Linus Tech Tips. So his
Linus who?
Linus Tech Tips. It's a tech channel on YouTube. They're based out of Vancouver.
Like Charlie Brown's little brother or something like that.
It's spelled like that, yeah. His name's Linus Sebastian. He's got 2 first names.
Kind of like Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, he's a short little guy too. He might be shorter than you. His wife is Vietnamese late chick. She's like 5'6", and he's shorter than she is. He's been getting all kinds of grief from this one company that sponsors the channel. They keep making jokes about him on their product pages and stuff. Is it D Brands? I think is the company. They do like skins and stuff for laptops and whatnot. He sent them his car that he just got, his new Porsche, to do a skin on his Porsche. They used this bright purple Damascus steel looking skin on his car. It's funny as hell.
So DM Foss corrected me. That's Lucy's brother, not Charlie Brown. So he is correct, by the way.
Yes, he is correct.
Because his name was Linus Van Pelt. That's correct.
Yes, and they have a younger brother named Rerun, who is scared to death to ride on the back of his mother's bicycle. And if you've ever seen the Charlie Brown Christmas specials that they've had the last few years, you would know why he's afraid to ride on the back of his mother's bicycle.
The last one I watched is the same one that's been playing for 50, 60 years. Probably.
Well, they show the new ones after that. Well, they did until Apple decided they were going to swoop in and get the rights to the Charlie Brown Christmas.
Why would
and only
you
put it on
screw
Apple
up
TV.
Charlie Brown, for God's sake? It's an American institution, for crying out loud. That's like screwing around with Burl Ives, and all that stuff.
Yeah, freaking
What are you
Apple.
doing, Frosty the Snowman?
Oh God.
Who narrated that? That's Jimmy Durante, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's what I thought. You got to be old to remember who Jimmy Durante was.
He was the big guy. He was the guy with the big nose.
Yep. Old vaudeville performer.
Yeah.
Very talented man.
And can you imagine Jimmy Durante, the Marx Brothers, and Abbott and Costello on the same ticket?
Oh, that's when comedy was comedy, man.
Uh-huh. But yeah, you go up in the Catskill Mountains during vaudeville, and you would have saw all 3 of those acts on the same ticket.
Yeah, and live they were a little bit more, let's just say, risque than they were on television.
But that had to have been freaking hilarious.
Oh, I'm sure.
Hell, and for good luck, you might even have seen the Stooges too.
It's kind of like if your parents had any old Red Fox records, you ever listen to them? Yeah.
Or Richard Pryor.
Well, Richard Pryor, I remember. Yeah.
But yeah, another one's Buddy Hackett.
Yeah.
He could be dirty as hell in concert. I remember my grandmother when she went to Vegas and she saw Buddy Hackett. She came back. She's like, I was not expecting this to be what it was. She's like, I got up and left. She said he had the foulest mouth I've ever heard in my life.
Well, the only time you ever heard him was on TV. Yeah, and TV those days it was heavily censored. So.
Yeah, TV or like the Love Bug movies or the hell, he was always doing those like G-rated comedies and stuff. And you get to see him doing a stand-up live, and it was a totally different person.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got back in the restroom. You guys are talking about Rerun. All I could think of was Rerun from Good Times, man. He had all the good moves, dance moves.
Yeah. But another one, people don't realize. Remember Chef Brockett from Mister Rogers? That
no.
he was the chef that was on Mister Rogers all the time. But anyway, in real life, his name is Don Brockett, and he owned a series of strip clubs in the Pittsburgh area, strip clubs, nightclubs. This is the guy they had on TV on a kids show playing a chef.
Sounds like he knew how to cook.
Yeah, but not the way he was supposed to on the show.
Uh-oh, DM Foss corrected somebody else now.
Rerun
He
was
was-
on What's Happening.
He was
He's
on both.
right.
He was on both.
Okay. Wasn't one a spinoff of the other?
I don't know.
The joke on Family Guy. My name is Florida. That's a state. Who names their kid Florida? If you guys don't watch Family Guy, they did a bit on there where John Amos's character walks in the kitchen and she's sitting there on the chair at the kitchen table crying his eyes off, and he asks her what's wrong, and that's where she goes on the rant about her name being Florida.
It's Flo Rida.
Flow right. Oh, I got a squeaky chair. I couldn't go on the Squibs channel.
Janet Jackson was also on Different Strokes. She played Willis's girlfriend.
Yes, she did.
Well, the character wasn't Florida. That originated on, was it Different
Maud.
Strokes?
Maud.
Maud. That's
Yeah.
right.
And then there's Maud.
And Maud originated on All in the Family.
Mm-hmm. Maud was Edith's aunt, I
Cousin.
think.
Cousin.
Cousin.
And Archie couldn't stand her, which I can commiserate with because I couldn't stand her either. Defense Dad asks, wasn't B. Arthur
Yeah, I
Gary's
think we
first?
need a mod out there in the chat. Let's see.
I believe you are one.
And he doesn't have a wrench.
Hey, Moo with his horse head. You know how else you know that's a horse and not a cow? It's got a mane.
I'm insane in the membrane. I hope you got a screenshot.
It's always replay.
Ow.
Did that hurt? It sounded real painful.
You'll feel better when it quits hurting.
Mm-hmm. What if it never quits hurting?
Then it would be my back, my knees, my ankles, my shoulder.
Uh-huh.
He said he got a few. I can just email you some too, Rob. You want me to have a shirt on or what?
Shirt on your what?
Shirt on.
Is anybody watching it? Oh yeah, Rob is.
I couldn't tell you. StreamYard says nobody's watching.
I show 5 people watching.
Defense dead. G23. Foss. Rob. Who's the 5th? Oh yeah, me.
I have the YouTube chat open. Does that count?
So do I. That's how I can comment. It's utter singular. It's like night sights.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be drinking out of that one?
God.
It's not me because he said he drinks right from the bowl.
That reminds me of the South Park episode where the kids learned how to milk the dog.
Oh yeah, Red Rocket, Red Rocket.
Good Lord.
You haven't seen that one?
I have not.
Oh man, you go watch it.
Oh,
Misfits fat shaming me now. Well, technically she's darling because she's Misfit's darling, and Rob is the misfit.
That's got to be the way that works.
So
Yeah.
she should be
Yeah,
just
you would
darling,
think.
right?
you would think it'd be something like that.
Well, if he's New York outcast, why is he still in New York? Didn't he get outcast?
No, he's an outcast for being in New York.
Then they would have kicked him out.
He's an illegal alien.
Ah.
Oh hell, the governor once said that she wanted to kick out everybody who wasn't a Democrat.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was a couple of months ago. She actually said that. I think it was right after the E word that we're not allowed to say because apparently that gets you banned on YouTube.
The
E word? What E word?
I can't say it. We get banned. Like we got banned the last time somebody mentioned it or something.
Well,
about
if you
one.
don't mention it, how are we going to know not to say it?
What's it rhyme with?
Yeah.
Rection. It rhymes with rection.
Eviction?
Direction?
With direction doesn't
Correction?
begin with E.
Man, now I smell like a rubber mask.
I wonder what that is. I couldn't possibly
Isn't
figure
that-
out what.
Isn't that what they do overseas, over in China where they, where they have, elect mayors and stuff in that interaction? Yeah. Oh, I said the word.
Oh no.
Obviously,
Inviction?
it's context.
Well, Faust, well, all those words technically rhyme. None of them begin with an E. Now, in the English language, even though that word is spelt the same, it does not rhyme. No, not completely anyway.
Ejection. I just hope nobody makes a mistake and says that word.
Uh-huh.
'Cause that'd be a real boner if they did.
We've already said it umpteen times earlier. if this is going to get taken down, it's going to already hit that list.
Priapism.
It's an interesting way to try and make molestation that start with an E there. Faust. Give you that one.
Swing.
Now, I don't know, Rob. Christ. It's YouTube we're talking about. Who the fuck knows? And that applies with your question.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's an interesting way to make it start with an E, but I think it works. And to answer your question, Woods, reference the answer I just gave Rob.
Hey, Woods.
He's back again.
He's baking again.
Shouldn't he be getting to bed? Didn't he get up and teach kids in the morning or something?
I don't know. What time zone is he in?
Pacific.
Oh, he's good. He did comment on my Facebook post, though.
Yeah,
Or was it my Instagram? I don't know. They're linked all of a sudden.
It's because they're both owned by
Instabook,
Meta.
Uh-huh.
Meta.
Facegram. Yeah.
Who else is laying off a ton of people?
Damn entitled kids.
Meddling kids.
Rut roll.
I'd have got away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Oh, rut roll, Raggy.
Apparently, Meta had a bunch of people there whose job was to do nothing.
That's my job.
Woods is dogging on my sushi. I almost put bacon in it though, Woods. If it wasn't still in the freezer, I would have. It was like an afterthought, close to
Bacon on sushi?
Well, sushi is just you can put anything in that stuff. It's kind of like a burrito. You can put whatever you want in it. I mean, sashimi is the raw fish. Sushi is the rice. You can put anything with rice. Yes, you did say that, Woods.
He's like Vader. Instead of your lack of faith, he finds your lack of bacon disturbing.
It sounds like Snob's itching his foot with a knife.
Maybe.
Snob in here?
I don't know. I heard some scratching. I thought it was Snob.
I just got the feeling like
Like
gun
tonight's
loving
going to be a
Oklahoma
good night?
just cut his foot with a knife. And was suddenly silenced.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Simon and Garfunkel. That's good too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't care what Obi says. The Simon and Garfunkel version's better.
Jesus. Jesus. Jeez.
The Jumblies.
Oh my God.
Becky.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
Gag me with a spoon.
Totally. For sure.
For sure. You're so immature.
God. I forget who it was. Steven Crowder returned to YouTube in his show on Rumble and stuff earlier this week. I forget what politician he was going off on, but talking about how she sounds like a Valley girl and shit. He just starts doing all these Valley girl voices and shit. It was funny as hell. Damn if I can remember who the hell he was talking about though. Angelina sometimes sounds like a damn Valley girl when she's talking. But she's from that area, isn't she?
She's LA area, isn't she?
Yeah, that'll be the Valley.
Depends
Certain
on the
things-
valley.
Huh?
Depends on which valley you're referring to.
The one that the Valley Girls came from back in the 80s.
I think Defense Day is referring to yodeling in the valley.
Hello, hello, hello.
If that happens, you got problems. And so does she.
99 problems, and that ain't one of
Better
them.
than hearing waves.
Yeah, like Wood says, she is an actual Valley Girl. That's
You
right.
put your ear up to it. Is that what you're saying? You hear the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like a seashell.
Smells like low tide.
He said she was born and raised in the Semi Valley. Yep, that's the Valley Girl area.
Yeah, they're in Arizona now, right?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Flintstone says Valley Girl, Nicolas Cage's big Hollywood break. Joy of joys. Personally, I think oh, good.
Oh, I was going to say Disturbed did a really good remake of Simon and Garfunkel. Sounds of Silence.
Mm-hmm.
What were you going to say, Rich?
I was going to say Nicolas Cage's best movie was Raising Arizona, and he should have stopped there.
You didn't like Valley Girl?
Not really. I'm not a fan of Nicolas Cage, period.
That's when he had his real teeth.
I thought Ghost Rider was his best work.
Yeah, that was pretty decent.
It wasn't bad.
If you've read the Ghost Rider comics, and
The only thing I read is menus. Face Off. What was the other one? Snake Eyes?
Face
It's not
Off
a Nick-
sucked. I hated that movie.
I'm not a Nicolas Cage fan. That's just all there is to it. And I think that guy almost was Superman.
Now, Con Air was pretty good.
Yeah.
Con Air was total horseshit.
I liked it.
I like
The whole premise was a bunch of bullshit. Nothing that
Buscemi.
happened in that movie would have happened in real life.
Buscemi was pretty good in that one.
Not everything has to be true to life. I mean, you like science fiction, none of that stuff's real.
Yeah, but if you've ever gone to taken classes for like criminal justice and stuff, you're sitting there beginning of that movie like, that's not how that works.
Well, neither was Perry Mason. Come on.
No, but
Hey,
Perry
man.
Mason,
Perry
evil.
Mason never had the preliminaries of court. It was basically 10 minutes of,
Yeah, no kidding.
basically Perry Mason figuring out who did it. We never had, corroboratory witnesses and all the preliminary crap and everything else. Is just 10 minutes of court. And there's always, the person would confess in the end.
Oh, I
Yes,
know.
I did it. Damn it.
He,
I did
he
it.
solved everything in 30 minutes.
I know.
The best one is the one where they say he lost the case, but if you've ever seen that episode, they only showed it once on regular TV. And then MeTV somehow showed it a couple years ago. He didn't even lose the case. It was halfway through the case, and he was going to say that he lost it. The judge dismissed the charge or something. The judge did something, stopped the case from going on. By the end of the episode, he wins the case. So it's like, even the one where they say he lost the case, he didn't lose the case.
You know, the coolest part about Perry Mason was all the convertible cars that they had in there. Those were kick ass.
Another interesting fact about Perry Mason: the only episode filmed in Keller was the last episode.
Yeah, we watch Perry Mason when I go up to see my dad. Watch Perry Mason, Gunsmoke. What else? Oh, The Rifleman and Bat Masterson.
Big Valley.
We don't watch that.
Maverick.
Hawaii.
Maverick was good.
And Hawaii Five-0. Every afternoon we watch those.
The whole premise of Con Air, I just couldn't get into it. I mean, he's in the military, in special forces, kills a guy who pulls a knife on him and his wife, gets tried in state court, which is true, but then somehow gets sentenced to federal prison, which is not true.
Yep, The Rifleman. Yep.
Chuck Connors.
And Foss says the original Gone in 60 Seconds was better than the Nicolas Cage version. Of course it was. It was a Steve McQueen movie. Steve McQueen was a hell of a lot better actor than Nicolas Cage.
I drive like Steve McQueen.
Well, except for The Blob. That wasn't his best work.
That was also his first movie.
It was horrible. Oh
Dude,
my
I remember watching
God.
that when I was a kid.
It was so bad it was funny.
It's one of those corny old 50 sci-fi horror movie things.
No, sir, it was a monster. Uh-oh, Foss is issuing corrections again. We're going to
That's where
make
he
him
was
the
born.
director of corrections.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wasn't he in that one? I thought he was in that one.
In what?
Gone in 60 Seconds, the original. Or was that? No, that was
No.
oh shit, that was the one with all the fucking little cars. What the hell was that? The Italian Job is what I was thinking.
You never saw The Blob? I mean, the original. Oh, man.
I had to Google it. H.B. Halicki?
Yeah, I was thinking The Italian Job for some reason. But yeah, Bullet. He had a hell of a nice car in Bullet. Probably
I
the
think,
best
yeah.
goddamn car chase ever filmed was in Bullet.
Next to Blues Brothers. Where the Nazis were flying through the air after they jumped off the bridge.
The running gag. They broke my watch.
What about the original Walking Tall?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to take this foot and hit you on that side of your face. Nothing you can do about it.
Speaking of bad acting, anybody remember the old Billy Jack movies? Nobody?
I've heard of them. I don't think
Trying
I've
to
ever.
remember.
I can't remember if I've ever seen them or not. I've heard of them.
Yeah, not the best acting jobs in the world.
Ooh, Billy Jack.
Well, there was a lot of bad movies that came out in the 70s.
There's a whole series of Billy Jack movies.
Oh yeah. There's what, like 4 or 5 of them.
He was kind of like the Hulk, man. He was a real easygoing fella, but you didn't want to make him mad. Then he'd kill you.
He wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
I was going to say, I thought he was talking about Billy Jack.
Yeah.
I get him. I'm old. I confuse things.
Yeah. Walking Tall was the sheriff who took
Oh, that's
Teddy
right.
Roosevelt's advice a little too seriously.
Yep. Voss is batting 1,000, man.
And there's Macon County Line. Anybody remember that movie with Jethro in it?
Nope.
I don't think I've
Yeah,
seen
Max
that one.
Baer. He played a sheriff in that movie. Macon County Line. Yeah.
The days of the drive-in when you go watch some corny ass movies. If you were actually
Yeah,
paying
but we was
attention.
at the drive-in. We wasn't actually watching a movie anyway, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But
That's what I was just getting at. It's like I just said, if you're actually watching the movie, that is.
Uh-huh. Was there?
We claimed to have watched it.
How was the movie tonight? It's all right.
It sounded good.
Double feature.
Yeah.
It's a drive-in. They all were. So
Some were triple. I remember being a little kid going to drive with my parents. My brother looked over, "Mommy, why is that car shaking?" And she's like, "Don't worry about it. Go to sleep." Harvey Korman or Roger Corman? I said Battle Beyond the Stars was a Harvey Korman film.
ooh, somebody had to correct him. No.
No, I'm not correcting him. I'm asking. Because Harvey Korman, it just seems like a weird movie for him to be in.
He's in Blazing Saddles, so
Mhm.
bad sci-fi. Let's see. Logan's
Anything that's on
Run.
Sci-Fi Channel.
Logan's Run. Let's see. Silent Running. That was pretty bad.
Mhm. Yeah, for its time, Logan's Run wasn't bad,
What about Buckaroo Banzai?
but that was bad.
You ever watch Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow?
Yes.
My kids loved that movie when they were little.
What's the one where the Nazis build the base on the moon?
Oh,
can't remember the name of the movie. It's a fairly recent one too, because they had somebody like Sarah Palin at being president.
Oh, Woods pulled deep to crawl. That was.
Yeah.
Oh, what about Flash Gordon?
Oh man, that was awful.
Flying blind on a rocket cycle?
Mhm. Even Queen's soundtrack couldn't save that movie.
That was the best part of the whole movie.
Uh-huh.
Flash. Wow, wow. Although I must admit, I've watched that movie probably 10 times.
Oh yeah, when I was a kid, that movie I was always putting that movie on. Now I watch. My wife's like, "Hey, we gotta watch Flash Gordon." I was like, watched it. I was like, why did I like this movie when I was a kid? Iron Sky, that's the one.
Iron
That's the
Sky?
Yeah, the one with the Nazis with the
Oh,
face on the moon. They turned a black dude white and made him think he was a Nazi. It's freaking hilarious.
the opposite of Tropic Thunder.
But no, the Nazis, they captured this black astronaut and turned him black and made him think he was a Nazi. Turned him white.
Dave Chappelle playing the blind KKK member.
I haven't seen the sequel, Foss, but the first one was pretty. The first one was so bad it was funny as hell.
Oh man, now I'm gonna have to go back and watch Crawl.
No, you need to go find Iron Sky and watch Iron Sky.
Oh, okay. Is it terrible?
It's not terrible, but the parts that are bad are so bad that it's funny.
The sequel, Hitler rides a T-Rex.
Oh my god.
That's awesome.
But the Nazis basically were building a space fleet to come back and take over the Earth. Because after they lost World War II, instead of being wiped out, like the history says, in the movie, the premise was that they built a rocket, took a big rocket that was based on the V1 and V2 and went to the moon and started a base up, secret base up there. They had this secret breeding program where all the best interbred and created a super race on the moon. And when the astronauts went to the moon for the last mission, which was recent history where we went back to the moon, they captured the astronauts, and the one black dude, they turned into a white guy and made him think he was a Nazi. The dude was wearing whiteface for like half of the film. It's freaking hilarious.
Oh, what about? I'm sitting here thinking about all the movies I used to watch as a kid. Dune with Sting.
They just remade that. I haven't seen the remake.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Could it be any worse?
From what I heard, it was supposed to have been pretty good, the remake.
Oh,
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Beastmaster. Yep.
The remake's supposed to be more along the lines of the book than what the original was.
Oh, just so slow. You know?
Oh yeah, the movie just drug on and on and on.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to Crawl, it's hard to believe that movie had Liam Neeson and Patrick Stewart in it, and it sucked so bad.
I wanted more of those giant, what are they, sandworms or something like that.
The sand, maybe the Dune planet is where the worms from Tremors came from.
That's what I was just thinking. That movie was funny. Where was it Reba McEntire and the other dudes down in their arsenal in the basement? He's got the elephant gun. Magazine, throws her a mag. Oh, what about Swamp Thing? Remember Swamp Thing?
Yeah. Adrian Barbeau.
The only way out is through. He puts that swamp moss on her tits.
Did we already think about the best thing to come out of Mud?
Did we already say Buckaroo Banzai?
You said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was bad. But another movie I loved when I was a kid for some reason. Peter Weller post RoboCop. Who else was in that? John Lithgow, Jeff Goldblum, some other people too. I can't remember who.
I was thinking of The Fly when you say Goldblum.
It's Buckaroo Banzai is another one of those movies. You look at the cast and you're like, how is this movie so bad?
Good night, G23. Have fun with your doctor's appointment.
Yeah, good luck.
Send Gizzard Gary all your pictures.
Class of Nukem High. That was a trauma film. I mean, so trauma were the ones that did that Toxic Avenger, the Shinobi cop guy. Yeah, Sergeant Kabuki Man. That's it. So all those movies were bad. Good Lord. If there was a movie that was a low budget bad movie, it was probably a trauma film. Especially in the 80s, man. They put out all kinds of... They put out one bad low budget movie after another. Starring and directed by the exact same people. Wood says The Fly is awful. Isn't that bad? It was nothing like the original.
Oh, I watched the original at my grandmother's house. Yeah, that's crazy. But the Goldblum one, when he puked on the dude's hand and it dissolves his hand.
Yeah, the original with Vincent Price was nothing like that. The original, was that a Roger Corman?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was one of Roger Corman's. Might not have been. But most of Vincent Price's movies, to be honest, were directed by Roger Corman. At least the Shakespeare one, adaptations which had nothing to do with the Shakespeare plays. So I've heard of that one. I've never seen it. You said Jesus Christ Vampire Killer. I've been meaning to watch the Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer movie. I just haven't got around to it. I don't know if it was any good or not. Then there was another one, Abraham Lincoln Zombie Slayer. I don't watch that one either. Night of the Comet. There's another old one. Troll. Gotta watch Troll. Troll 2 is...
It's kind of creepy.
Troll 2 is the best worst movie. It's actually been voted the worst movie of all time, which makes it the best worst movie. If you stop and think about it. Had absolutely nothing to do with Trolls, so the name of it was wrong in the first place. It's like Halloween 3. It has absolutely nothing to do with the rest of the damn movie franchise whatsoever.
What? Jesus was the first zombie. That's true.
I don't think so.
Well, it's documented in,
Yeah,
peer
but
review.
there's other things that could qualify as that too from different historical religious things.
You lost me at religion.
So are you saying you're losing my religion?
That's me in the corner.
Defense Dad said Halloween 3 was an abomination. God. Happy, happy Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Happy, happy Halloween.
I remember that stupid ass movie.
Uh-huh.
God.
The one with the masks. Everybody put your masks on.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Aliens or something? Yeah, absolutely stupid. Saturday the 14th. That was
Oh, I like that one.
That was actually
that-
pretty good. I liked
that was
it.
pretty good.
Oh, what about Fright Night?
Night Woods. Everybody say Night the Woods.
Nightwoods.
Night Woods.
So if you're still up when he gets up in the morning, do you say morning woods?
I was going to make the Morning Woods joke, but I didn't.
I didn't see that coming.
Wow.
Bethesda says Halloween overall was the best of the slasher film series. Yeah, I'll give you Halloween was the first Halloween was the best single slasher film, unless you count Psycho as a slasher film, but then Psycho would be the better.
Oh, the one that got me when I was a kid was Friday the 13th.
Yeah, Friday the 13th was a better overall.
I saw that in the
franchise.
theaters. I had a date for that.
Dude,
one.
I
remember
still
that.
can vividly see that when he was under the bed and reached around and grabbed and slashed the dude's throat and his jugular popped out and started squirting shit all over the place.
Yeah, that's a fun movie to take a date to. Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
Oh, the first one wasn't it? The first one where
about like
Kevin,
Carrie. I had a date to
Yeah,
see Carrie too.
wasn't it the first one where Kevin Bacon's about to get it on with the chick and gets an arrow up through the bed, up through his neck and through her neck?
Ooh. I don't think I remember that part.
Pretty sure that was the first one because I think wasn't the first one like one of Kevin Bacon's first films.
See, they should show that in school for like, don't mess around or, things going to happen. If you get naked, you're going to die.
It was a pretty good franchise until it got to about the 19th installment. And it's like, okay, how many times we're gonna resurrect this guy?
Jason X wasn't bad. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that one. Wasn't too bad.
What the hell? Hell come to Frogtown. What the
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Ice Pirates?
Ice Pirates. Space herpes.
It's so bad.
Now, American Werewolf in London was a pretty good movie.
Oh, that was another one that hit me early.
That one and Howling.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. John Landis and the special effects director for American Werewolf in London left working on The Howling to do an American Werewolf in London. That's why the effects look so similar.
We used to have it was the Time magazine with pictures from, I think it was The Howling in it. That, my grandparents had magazine subscriptions up the wazoo.
Okay, Silver Bullet sucked. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, those pictures haunted me, man.
I remember being a little kid and parents put The Howling on and I ran. Every time a werewolf showed up on the screen, boom, I was out of there.
Oh, I watched The Exorcist at my grandparents' house when nobody was there. And the living room was so big that the recliners were in the middle of the living room. So there's nothing behind you except the fireplace, like 10, 12 feet behind me.
I ended up watching that on DVD many years later, and I never saw it when it did its original run.
Oh,
And
dude,
it's like,
creep me
oh my
out.
God, this came out in the 70s? Jesus.
I thought, okay, it's a good movie. But I
For
never
its
thought they
time,
were-
though, this was before the
Yeah.
slasher films were a thing.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I never thought it was that scary,
It
but I
was.
grew up in a different time period too. So
It was very controversial.
controversial. Yes, I will give you that. It's still controversial today for crying out loud.
There's a new one. They just did a remake.
What was it, 72 when that came out or something? That was,
Sometime in the 70s.
yeah, it was. You didn't do that stuff back then. It's like, oh my God.
The scene where the masturbation scene with the cross. I mean that
Mhm.
that today is still considered to be controversial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Motel Hell. I remember that one.
About Rosemary's Baby.
Ooh.
Motel Hell. The guy, the best-selling sausage company in the country. Turns out it was People.
Rosemary's Baby, who turned out to be Damien, wasn't it? Yeah.
I don't think those movies were actually connected, but it was the same premise.
Oh, Damien. 666.
Yeah, those are scary too.
Oh, yeah.
And then the old Chucky movies.
Mm. I thought those movies were funny more than scary. The Chucky ones, that is. It's Child's Play movies. The whole premise of a possessed doll that goes around killing people. Prince of Darkness with Alice Cooper. I've never seen that.
I
I
can't
don't
say.
even know where Alice Cooper did a movie.
Welcome to my nightmare. I think you're going to like it.
Yeah, but then he went and fed a Frankenstein. So.
What's funny is, for all his theatrics, Alice Cooper was a very serious musician.
Yes.
Yeah, and his interviews are, top notch.
Oh,
You
he's
say he
hilarious.
does a radio show now.
And he's a scratch golfer too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's big into golf. He could have turned pro when he was younger.
Didn't he
Could you
play with Trump?
imagine?
Huh?
I
Did he
said, could
play-
you? Go ahead.
Oh,
I was
didn't he play with Trump?
He's a conservative, so he may have. What were you going to say, Gary?
Go ahead, Gary.
I said, could you imagine Alice Cooper and maybe Jack Nicklaus going toe to toe, the Masters?
From
long as-
everything I've seen, he could have held his own. He's done some pro-am tournaments, and the pros all want him on their team.
Cooper has a tough lie here. He's probably got out the 8-iron.
Oh, no, wait, he's got a guillotine.
We took a wicked cut at that one. Left a pretty good divot, too.
Yeah, that's the story. Faust, why he took up golf.
What's John
Yep.
Daly's excuse then?
I don't know. Have you ever heard?
You should take
Alice-
up music.
You ever heard Alice Cooper tell the story about how he met Elvis Presley?
Not that I can remember.
Him and Elvis were both in Vegas at the same time, and a mutual friend of both of theirs, invited Cooper to a party at Elvis's penthouse. So he goes up and walks into the kitchen where everybody said Elvis was, and Elvis is giving a martial arts demonstration because he was big into like the karate and judo and stuff, right? He's giving a demonstration to his friends and stuff. Cooper walks in, he's like, Elvis looks at him and says, "Hey, you, come here." He's like, "Hey, it's the king. Who's going to say no, right?" So he walks up. He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Here." He pulls up his shirt, pulls a revolver out of the holster, hands it to him. It's 38, I think Cooper said it was. Hands it to him, says, "Point this gun at me." And I was just like, "Well, what?" "Point this gun at me." Again, he says, "Again, It's the king. Who's going to say no to the guy? So he says, I point the gun at him. Next thing you know, I'm looking up at the ceiling. He's like, Elvis, I'm sitting there laying there thinking to myself, Elvis just kicked my ass. Apparently, he pointed the gun at him, and Elvis did some judo flip on him before he even knew what the hell happened to him.
Judo chop.
This must have been in Elvis's younger days before he weighed 350 pounds.
No, he said this was in the early 70s when him and his band first made it big, back when he was still the lead singer of the band Alice Cooper.
Night Defense Dad.
Night Defense Dad. Bubba Hotep, yeah, that's a good one, Faust.
He gets to sleep in tomorrow. He's got no responsibilities.
I think Rich is about to hit 4 hours.
Are we? Yep. Right. 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 21, 22, 23, 24 seconds.
Of course, that's not a record for this show by any means.
No, it's not. We've done over 6.
Well, you had to fill in for barbecue. So
Of course, barbecue only runs about an hour or so. He don't realize how Midnight used to do things. When Midnight first used to do that show, shit, sometimes it'd go till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
It would go till sunup.
I had to leave the panel because if I stayed for the whole show, I'd have like 2 hours to sleep. Then I'd have to get up in the morning.
Oh, hell, there was one weekend we both cut out early.
Like, I can't do this anymore.
What was that, 15 hours that day?
Mm-hmm.
Like, nope, we're done. Throwing it towel. Yeah, there was plenty of times where
It's a long time to have headphones on, man.
yeah, I remember.
6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and we.
Yeah, I remember 7 a.m. shut down before.
Yeah,
I had to go to work at 8.
And see, we darn near did that to you a week or two ago.
Yeah.
We were up till at least 5 or 5:30, I think.
Oh hell, we've done that
My
with Julia and after chat on your show lately.
I think
You
this
and
may have
Bob
been
just
good
did
for-
that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. My problem is I can't stay up too late on Friday nights because I got to get up and go somewhere. On the only day of the week I have to get up and go do something.
Christ, I
Saturday
didn't get
morning.
up. I didn't get out of bed today until like 1:30. I got to sleep last night. It was the first time I had really slept in like 4 days, and I was dead to the world at that point. I don't even know. Usually, my wife, when she gets up, either to go to work or to take our son to work, I'll wake up when her alarm goes off. I don't even remember hearing her alarm go off this morning. I was dead to the world. And her alarm is one of those loud, really annoying beep sounds to it.
Speaking of going somewhere, I'll be right back.
He's got to go next door.
Smoking in the boys' room. Yeah.
You ever seen Bubba Hotep? It's Bruce Campbell and I can't remember his name now. Ozzy something, one old black dude actor. He was on Evening Shade and a bunch of other stuff back in the day. Bubba Hotep, Bruce Campbell is Elvis Presley, and the black dude thinks he's Richard Nixon. They're in a nursing home, and the nursing home gets attacked by a mummy. Bruce Campbell's character starts calling him Bubba Hotep. Hey, Bubba Hotep. It's funny. Have you ever seen the show Rock with what the hell's his name? Shit, I can't think of his name now. I'm having a good day with names, aren't I? Anyway, the one that played the main character on that show's wife is the one that played the head nurse in Bubba Hotep. Is why I was going with that. No, I can't remember the goddamn guy's name. But anyway, Bubba Hotep's a good movie. You should check it out, especially if you're like a Bruce Campbell campy kind of movie. It's campy in the same way that like Evil Dead and Army of Darkness are. I mean, it's a Bruce Campbell movie, so of course it's going to be right. But yeah, you should check that out.
Yeah, just had to Google it. Oh, it says it's on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, it's a good time waster movie. It's funny. I told you not to go out in the hall.
So my daughter, she's all interested in all the movies and music that I used to listen to in the 80s. And so last weekend, her friend was over. I think it's kind of her boyfriend now, but I'm not sure. I had him watch Airplane. And her friend boy fell asleep during the thing. And me and the daughter, we were laughing our asses off.
The last movie I can remember falling asleep watching was the Simpsons movie. That movie was so boring. They got it on Blu-ray or DVD or something. It came with the donut T-shirt. But anyway, we're watching it, and next thing I know, I wake up, the movie's over. It's like, okay. That movie put me to sleep. I don't think I've tried watching it, and I haven't watched it since then either. Watched it that one time. It's like, yeah, this movie sucks. Somebody said, I forget who it was, said that The Simpsons works as a half-hour TV show, not as a 2-hour movie.
Is this thing still on?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you seen?
You didn't miss anything.
Have you seen Dragged Across Concrete?
No, but I've seen people dragged across concrete. Does that count?
Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn. They're two dirty cops, and it's a 2-hour and 39-minute movie. And I watched the first hour, fell asleep for an hour, woke up, saw the ending. Now I got to go back and watch it. From what I saw, it was pretty good.
Oh, there's this one. It's a Colin Farrell movie from early in his career. He's a hitman, him and his partner, but they're bumbling hitmen. They don't get anything right. It takes place over in Belgium. The name of the movie is a town in Belgium. I can't remember the movie though. It's one of those Frenchy Belgian language words. Yeah, I can never remember it because of it, but it's really good. If you look up Colin Farrell on IMDb or something, you'll find it. It's a really good movie. It's kind of in the same vein of like Seven Psychopaths. By the way, if you've never seen that, that's another good Colin Farrell movie. I'm going to look it up now. Figure this out. It's going to drive me nuts if I can't remember the name of the damn movie. Go to IMDb.
I got a screen to share when you get a second.
Okay.
See, you're going to go live here pretty soon.
What the hell have we been doing for the last 4 hours?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're in the Matrix.
Uh-huh.
Dang, we've been on here a while. George went and took a nap, and he's already back.
Yeah, Foss says the Simpsons movie came 10 hours too late.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What the hell's that?
Shit just hit the fan.
Child abduction, Amber Alert in Maryland. It's always in Maryland. Every time one of these things comes across, it's always Maryland.
Well, Jason did dip out of here.
That's right.
He's in Ohio, so
Oh yeah. Where's that Kingpin?
Yeah, him and Kingpin.
Kingpin.
It's easy to get them confused.
In Bruges, that's the movie. In Bruges. Came out in 2008. Oh, that was pretty good. So if you want another one to check out.
This is before my time.
That's before he was in your 60s or what?
Apparently they made a sequel, a remake of The Big Out, and he was in that. Guess he played the Clint Eastwood character.
Oh, Good, Bad, and the Ugly. That was good and terrible. My wife hates that movie. I think what bugged her the most is the mouth didn't match the words.
It was a spaghetti western.
Mm-hmm.
Has she never seen a spaghetti western before?
I don't think she likes those.
Maybe she's like Kingpin doesn't like spaghetti. Could be.
Kingpin doesn't like anything.
I'm talking crazy. Oh, talking about Good, Bad, and the Ugly. What about Fistful of Dollars? And a few dollars more.
Talking crazy.
I watch those movies all the time.
He's talking crazy.
CeeLo Green
Mm-hmm.
or Gnarls Barkley.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can hit that octave anymore. Not unless I, as they say, give my balls a tug.
Leonard Caney.
Yeah.
Give your nuts a tug. Oh, how are you now?
Let's get at her.
Pitter patter.
Oh, man.
F.U. Shorzy.
You, Shorzy.
That's what your mom said when she was feeding me ice cream last night.
Oh, shit. Rich fall asleep?
No.
No.
We're down to 2 people watching now.
Ooh.
Is it you and me?
No, Foss is still out there.
Oh,
Maybe that's the other one. I'm scrolling up and it's like Defense Day is
didn't
gone.
say Defense Day, it's gone.
Woods is gone.
We only got the hardcore guy left. I'm here, like it or not.
We like it.
We're all that's on. I don't know. E Honda may be on.
It might be.
You know.
Do a chat battle with E Honda.
Oh, good God.
God.
I just start yelling now. You know.
What's bad is when you go over to E Honda's chat and Night Strike's in there.
Oh, God.
It's like, wow.
Nice strike, the guy that insists to this day that the Fifth Amendment somehow protects bump stocks. But there's the IMDb page for that movie I was telling you about.
I'll check it out.
It's got the trailer and stuff on there. It's a pretty good movie. It was like there was nothing on one night, and I just put it on, and it was like, hey, this is pretty good.
You know, sometimes those are like the best movies, right? When
Mhm.
you like, sometimes I just turn on the TV and it's like a movie's just starting. I don't know what it is. I just click on it that I'm into it.
Yeah, it's basically what happened. I was like,
Yeah.
see what's on. See what's. I think I was like,
Yeah.
let's see what's on HBO just for
You hate
shits and
when you're
giggles.
about ready to go to bed and something like that comes on. It's like, damn it, now I got to stay up for another 2 hours and watch this because
Mhm.
you can't go to bed now.
The
It's like,
first time I watched Chinatown with Jack Nicholson, that's how I ended up watching that for the first time. Was, I was babysitting. It's like I need to get to sleep, and then it was like I just like was flipping through channels, and I saw something that said Jack Nicholson. I was like, okay, I'll watch it. This sounds good. Jack Nicholson, sure. That's a fucked up movie.
how about Easy Rider? You ever see that one?
Yeah.
Or One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Well, all from the same time period.
Yeah.
What about The End? Remember that one?
I remember that one. Yeah.
Serpentine. Is that the one? Serpentine.
Now, speaking of Nicholson, he was in one of those Roger Corman movies with Vincent Price when he was young. That was an old movie.
Yeah, but well, no, he died in Easy Rider and he died in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Clockwork Orange. That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching that on Skinamax when I was a kid just because they had boobies.
Dr. Strangelove. There's another strange movie.
Doctor Strangelove, awesome.
Dr. Love.
How many goddamn characters did Peter Sellers play in that movie?
Or the original Pink Panther.
Uh-huh. Oh, any of the first, 3 Pink Panther movies were great.
Those were great.
Is that Peter Sellers?
Yes.
Oh, man.
The Mouse that Roared. You ever see The Mouse that Roared?
Oh, man.
The U.S. has this new secret weapon, right? It looks like a football. It gets into this small country, and they're like, what are we going to do? The U.S. is going to come after us. And somebody convinces them, one of the heads of the government convinces the country that they need to declare war on the United States so that the United States will pay them to get the bomb back. From there, shenanigans entail. Peter Sellers plays like 10 people in that movie. It's freaking hilarious.
I can hear a cat purring.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe a cat here.
Oh, George. He had to get warm.
Fiendish plot of Dr. Fu Manchu. Wasn't that Boris Karloff in that one?
Dude, I don't know.
Boris Karloff.
How old is George?
He will be 9 in June.
Oh, dang. Our cat lived to
Sellers was in that
be.
one?
Our
I
cat
know
lived
Boris
to be.
Karloff was in a movie with a similar name to that. That's what I was trying to remember. Where Boris Karloff played this evil Chinese dude.
I think Gator was either 16 or 18 when he passed away. It's an orange tabby that we had. He liked to eat Doritos.
I've never given George Doritos. He'd probably eat them though.
We used to have those Pounce treats that came in that little jar.
Mm-hmm.
And he would reach in with one of his claws and like stab one and eat it. Just like scoop it out and eat it every like one by one.
Our cats love those Temptations treats.
Oh, yeah.
And you eat the whole jar and then throw up.
Chicken flavored Temptations are his kryptonite, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The chicken or the seafood, and our cats go nuts.
Matt doesn't want his food. He's not interested in that. He said, just give me some of those treat things.
Our oldest cat, who's about the same age as George, my wife gets those Hollis popcorn things, and she loves those. She will try. My wife will be sitting there eating them. She will try and grab them out of her hand as she's putting it in her mouth.
You wouldn't do that, would you?
Normally, she is like the most mild-mannered cat on the planet. But as soon as my wife gets at those Hollis cheese popcorn things, which I just tell her are weird-shaped cheese curls, and she gets mad. But that cat turns into a totally different cat.
Dr. Love.
He lets me touch his belly, but I'm the only one allowed to.
Our one cat, well, it's not my cat, it's our daughter's cat. That big orange color cat that's been on the show before. He loves having his belly rubbed. He's like a dog when it comes to having his belly rubbed. Any of the other cats you try rubbing their belly, they go nuts. He will lay on his back and just let you pet his belly. He loves having belly rubbed.
I gotta scratch his face now because his face itches. His whole face.
Itchy face.
Yep. Fix it, Daddy. Fix it.
Well, Foss, you can do that on your own. You ain't getting that from any of us, I don't think. He said he likes having his belly rubbed too.
Yeah, I can't help you there, buddy. Sorry. I mean, you're a good guy and I like you, but you know, there's limits.
He's got a wife to do that for him. He doesn't need us.
That's the only thing she won't do.
Really? Really?
Okay. We were talking about werewolf movies earlier. You guys ever see the TV show Werewolf? It was one of Fox's first TV shows. That was pretty good.
Nope.
The villain in the series was Chuck Connors.
I saw Teen Wolf.
I'm sorry.
This would have been late 80s. But no, it was a serious horror drama series, Werewolf. It's pretty good. But it didn't last long. Which the only show from that era of Fox that lasted any long was the one that's still on the air, Simpsons. You know, everything back then. That Fox is. If you ever notice how Fox does not give a show time to run, they just kill
Married
everything.
with Children.
Married with Children and Simpsons are like the only things that really
You
ran.
remember
for
Tracy Ullman show?
Yeah. Yeah, but that was pre-Fox.
In Living Color.
Oh yeah.
I think Living Color, as good as it was, it didn't last that long. 21 Jump Street didn't last that long.
It was arguably funnier than Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, at the
I
time.
will say that.
Yeah, at the beginning, it got bad towards the end. But when Damon Wayans left and then a couple of the other people left. Yeah, Tracy Ullman show. Yeah, that's where the Simpsons came from. The very first Simpsons episode was a solo episode, I should say, was a Christmas episode. It's one where Bart gets the tattoo, and Homer plays Santa Claus at the mall, and they have to take Homer's. The reason why Homer got the job playing Santa is because they had to use his Christmas bonus to get the tattoo removed from Bart. So pay for Christmas, Homer gets a job as a Santa Claus as a second job, and then he gets paid next to nothing. And goes to bet it at the dog track to try and win more money. Loses all his money, and the owner they bet on Santa's Little Helper. As they're walking out of the dog track, Santa's Little Helper's being beaten by his owner, and they go and stop the guy beating him, and that's how they got Santa's Little Helper as their dog. And the only reason why I know all this is because my wife watched it this Christmas. But yeah, that was the very first Simpsons episode.
You didn't watch Emmett Otter? Come on, man.
No, I did not watch Emmett Otter.
Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas. I still remember that one.
Oh yeah.
Jason is the big fan of that one. He's the one that got his channel. He almost got a strike and got his show kicked back because he was live streaming it. Finally proved to Kingpin that it was an actual thing. Remember, Kingpin refused to admit
I remember
that was a thing.
Yep, I remember that.
You do. So I can turn my silly camera off. There we go.
Now that George is gone.
Well, the only one out there still watching is
He
Fawcett.
decided he was hungry. He's in there eating now. Like I say, 5 minutes of love, and then let's go get food.
I can't wait for my wife to get back home. She's been gone for a week already. Got another week to go. Just so my damn dog's not up my butt 24/7.
Fawcett turned the camera back on.
Yeah,
He
I
wasn't
see
finished.
that. That's sick, man. Dude.
That's great.
Dude.
Womp womp.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
You may not be, but I am.
Oh, shit.
Is The Simpsons the longest running TV show not to have a spinoff?
Man, it's been on for a long time.
It's already the longest running TV show.
Like 30. Is it 30? 4 years?
Over 30 years ago. I know. It started what, 88?
I have to Google that.
Is it 88?
Let's see, The Simpsons.
Sounds about right.
When did The Simpsons start? 1989.
89.
December 17th, 89.
Yep. Okay. I was off by a
Many
year.
people erroneously believe that is the first ever animated primetime series.
Nope.
Not even close.
The Flintstones.
Yep. Most people don't realize that originally ran as primetime entertainment. That was not intended to be a children's
Yeah,
cartoon.
no, it was promoted. It was sponsored by a cigarette company.
Yes, it was.
I don't know.
You can go on YouTube and you can actually replay those old commercials.
Oh yeah.
Fred and Barney sitting there smoking cigarettes. It's like, whoa, this ain't right.
Remember when the Beverly Hillbillies did like the Winston
Yeah.
thing?
Oh yeah. Back then, that was a thing. That was before they passed that law where you can't have cigarettes promoted.
The
on
only
TV.
one of them that didn't smoke was Ellie Mae.
Yeah, because Granny had her corncob pipe she was cleaning out, and
Mhm.
Jed comes in with a pack of Winstons, and she sticks it in the end of her pipe and lights it.
What you doing with that? Well, Mr. Drysdale said that these taste good like a cigarette order.
Yep. Tastes good like a cigarette should. That's right. Yep. Pulls it out and says, "You got to do it like this." My dad smoked Winston's. My mom smoked Salem's. My grandparents smoked Viceroys.
My mother didn't smoke just one brand. She was always switching what she was
Yeah,
smoking.
Mom would switch, but she smoked those skinny cigarettes that women smoke for a while, like
Oh, the
Virginia
Virginia
Slims. And
Or Capri's.
Man, I I had a coworker when I worked at Greyhound. She smoked the Virginia Slims. I bumped a cigarette off of her, and one time it was like smoking air. It's like,
Couldn't
why do
really
you even
keep the silly
bother?
things lit. Yeah.
When I worked at the gas station, we had 109 different brands of cigarettes.
That
You
sounds
know,
about right.
That overhead thing above the cash register. Yeah. Capris, True Blues. They had the plastic filter in them, not the.
I used to buy the Merits because in the early 80s, if you bought Merits, they'd give stuff away like decks of cards and stuff. They had a deal where if you bought 2 packs of cigarettes, it had like a deck of cards for a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got a can that I keep my role playing dice in. My mother got it with 4 packs of Winston's inside of it.
Damn, Voss is a beast. He was smoking non-filters.
My grandfather smoked Camels until the day he died.
Lucky.
Well, there's Camels, Lucky Strikes, and there was the Pall Malls too. The Pall Mall.
Yeah, my
Golds.
grandmother, my paternal grandmother, the one that walked out of the Vegas show when Buddy Hackett was doing his routine, she smoked Pall Malls. Yeah, she ended up with emphysema.
Yeah.
Pale Mal.
I borrowed a Lucky Strike off of somebody when I was working at Giant Eagle. Man, I thought that thing was going to kill me. I smoked Camel filters at the time, and I ran out of cigarettes. Like shit. They're like, hey Joe, can I bum a cigarette off of you? He's like, yeah, here. Man, I took a hit off of that. I thought I was going to die. That's a totally different animal.
You know, my favorite brand of cigarette, not me personally, but would make people like tell me the whole name. It was the longest one ever. It was Benson and Hedges Ultra Deluxe Menthol Light 100s. Oh, then Eve had the 120s. Those are the long ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like Foss said, nobody asked to bum a filter cigarette twice. No, they don't.
See, that's good planning right there. That's why I used to keep my sodas in the linen closet at college because nobody wanted a warm Coca-Cola.
One time I had a pack of, they didn't have the hard pack because normally I would buy the hard pack of the Camel filters. And I had a
pack, yeah.
And they were out, so I got the soft pack. Broke every one of the filters off the cigarette because I bent over, forgot I had them in my pants pocket, broke out. I went and gave them to the guy in the meat department. I borrowed that Lucky Strike off of. He smoked all of them. He didn't care. It's like
they used to have the crew that would come in. They'd buy Bugler, loose tobacco and some rolling papers, and sit there and roll their own cigarettes right there in the store.
Yeah, or Prince Albert. Yeah.
Yep.
You ever see the Camel 25s?
That's a new one.
They were like twice as wide as a regular Camel filter.
Oh, I don't think we had those.
I smoked those for a little bit.
Dad smoked those King Edward cigars.
Mm-hmm.
And a pipe.
Yeah, my stepdad's father, he smoked the Prince Edward's, King Edward's, whatever.
Oh, the Captain Black pipe tobacco. My grandpa used to smoke. Man,
my great grandfather, he smoked a pipe. Man, you would walk in that house and all you smelled was pipe tobacco. But unlike cigarettes or cigars, pipe tobacco had a different smell to it. It smelled good,
Yeah.
Well, Dad smoked that Middleton's Cherry Blend, and that stuff smelled good.
Yeah, he smoked one of the cherry blends. I don't remember. I was too young to remember which one. I just remember that he smoked a cherry one. But yeah, it smelled really good in his house when you walk in after he got done smoking a pipe.
Yeah, Grandma used to go to Florida every winter, and they'd come back up to Michigan and stop in, I don't know, it was Kentucky or Tennessee or something. Grandpa, he would like load up on pounds of pipe tobacco because they sold it in like a 1 pound bag,
Mm-hmm.
It was like Captain Black, and I can't remember the other ones. Maybe I think there was a cherry blend in there somewhere.
No, Borkum Riff.
Oh yes. Yeah, I always like the smell of that.
I got my great grandfather's old pipe. His
Humidor.
no, not the humidor, the ashtray, but it's not an ashtray, but it's it's not your typical ashtray. It's shaped like a pipe, and if you smell it, you can still smell the residue from the pipe tobacco in there. But it's ceramic. It had a different name to it. Basically it was an ashtray, but it was what you would dump the pipe into when you were done. I can't remember the name of it. It had a special name to it. But man, that thing smells like his pipe did. I'm not sure where it is right now, or I'd show you what I'm talking about. But it's a ceramic and it's shaped just like a pipe. And it's even painted to look like a pipe.
The good old days.
Check this out.
What you got? What you got? What the hell?
It's the humidor for the pipe tobacco,
Oh,
and then all the little slots for all your pipes, like
Wow.
little
That's cool.
indentations. And then I still have Grandpa's tools where he
Oh,
packed
cool.
I remember those.
You got the cleaner,
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff.
Now,
I've got-
Dad had one that looked like a pocket knife, but it had all those tools on it. You could just push them out.
got two of them.
Okay. They got tobacco in them.
Not anymore. One's
Oh,
my
okay.
change jar, and the other one just sits over here on my counter. Pretty cool.
I still have half a dozen cigars or so in the closet, but I haven't smoked a cigar in over 2 years.
Oh, these tools say half and half on them. Remember the half and half tobacco?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when the last
I
time
still
I
remember
smoked.
what the bag looked like. Yep.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last time I smoked a cigar was. It's been a long time.
Oh, it's been years. Well, no, I take that back. It's been about a year.
And I mean, I typically don't buy cheap cigars because if you're only going to smoke one or two a year, why smoke something that tastes like crap, you know? So.
Mm-hmm.
When I was tying paracord this last week, I had to break into my little cigar container and get my lighter out of there because that's the only lighter I have in the whole place, so I could burn the ends of the paracord.
Oh, I just remembered who it was that Steven Kreider was making fun of with the Valley Girl accent. It was Susan Wojcicki, the one that used to be the CEO of YouTube. That's who it was. And if you listen to her when she talks, she does start to break into that Valley Girl accent at times.
Oh, Crowder is half Jew lawyer.
Do you
No,
remember
half
when
Asian lawyer.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Foss was talking about cigars? Do you remember when we was kids and one of your dad's friends would have a baby or something, they'd pass out cigars, and they always had the bubble gum cigars they'd give to the kids?
Yep.
Those were
It's
so
a-
cool.
I used to love those bubblegum cigars.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the bubblegum cigarettes that had the powdered sugar where if you blew through it, it
Blow
looked like it was smoking?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not politically correct anymore.
No, they stopped making those when I was a kid.
I think the carton looked like Lucky Strikes, too.
Yeah, it looked like a pack of Lucky Strikes.
Yep.
Of course, our biggest sellers were Marble, not Marlboro. It was Marble.
Mhm.
You know, they come in, give me a carton of Marbles
Marlboro Reds.
in the box.
Yeah, the store on the corner down the street from our house that we used to go to get ice cream, and they'd have the little cans of Pepsi and stuff. Remember the glass 16-ounce bottles? they'd have a little 10-ounce bottle that looked just like the 16-ounce bottle, but they had the rack like you were talking about with the cigarettes move, but they had it on the wall behind them, and if they put all the candy and bubblegum cigarettes in that.
Yeah, Marlboro, Marlboro Light, Winston Salem's, Capri's,
What the hell?
and more.
What was like Salem's? Was it
Oh, cool.
Alpine? Is it Cool? Yeah, Alpine.
Alpine, Newports.
Oh,
Oh,
Newports. Yeah.
Yeah, Newports were more than, yeah.
You got
Then there were
Camel.
Marlboro Greens. They were menthol too. But
Oh, yeah,
very few
Marlboro
people
menthol.
smoked those. But
I would smoke Marlboro menthol when I get sick. That's the time I smoke Marlboro menthol.
well, that's
At
when
one
I'd
point
buy
I
a
was-
pack. I'd buy a pack of Cools. Yeah.
At one point, I smoked Marlboro Reds, and if I got sick, I would smoke Marlboro menthol.
My brother and his wife smoked Cools.
All my friends either smoked Newports or Marlboro. Newports were big in Pittsburgh.
My wife quit smoking about a year ago. She was always about the Camel Crush or Marlboro Lights. If they
I don't know how people could smoke now. My God, $6-7 for a pack of cigarettes.
Uh-huh.
I look at that when I go to the convenience store and see that. It's like, thank God I'm not smoking.
Okay, look in the private chat.
Wow. $14
$14.
for
What are
a
you,
pack of
Canada?
cigarettes?
That's crazy.
I remember paying close to that years ago in Vegas. Like, where's the cigarettes at? Over there. You get drunk, you gotta have a cigarette,
Shit, I remember you could get a whole carton for $7.
Yeah, they were flat $10 at the party store I worked at. That was in the 80s.
I always bought them by the carton because you saved money back then.
Yeah.
Yep.
When I was working at Greyhound, we always had some guy come in trying to sell cartons of not taxed, shall we say, cigarettes.
Mm-hmm. Didn't have that little seal on the top.
Or the stamp on the bottom.
Mm. Bob said he quit when they hit 450.
No,
Yeah.
when I was in high school, nobody ever carded for cigarettes.
I remember 1999 when I was coming home from Fort Benning, I was going to buy a pack at the little store they had in the terminal in Washington. They wanted $5 for a pack of cigarettes then. I was like, fuck that.
I used to ride my bike up to the party store and buy my mom cigarettes with a note.
Yeah, we used to walk down to the other corner store. We had the street we lived on, there was a store on like almost every corner, except where the fire department and police station building was. But
Well, you could go into the cafe uptown, and they had a machine right as soon as you walked in the door. All you had to have was a few coins. I mean,
yeah, last time I saw one of those cigarette machines was in the break room at Greyhound.
you
We
put
had
your
one in
money
the-
in, then you had to pull this rod out and went chunk.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, we had those at the bowling alley.
Yeah, that last one I remember seeing was at the Greyhound terminal in Pittsburgh when I was working there in 96, I think that was. 95? 95. We had it was in the break room. They took it out because they outlawed the cigarette machines in Pennsylvania. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
our smoking section was just off the property line at the gas station, and they had a shed out back that everybody would smoke cigarettes behind on
We
lunch.
kept when I was working at Greyhound, they kept getting fined by the fire marshal because we had this smoking area inside the terminal, and by city ordinance, you couldn't have the smoking section inside anymore. That's when they first started cracking down on smoking and stuff. But the terminal manager refused to put the smoking section outside because he didn't want to make the passengers stand outside in the winter because Pittsburgh gets cold in the winter, especially when the wind comes blowing off the river. And the terminal wasn't that far from the Allegheny. The Allegheny was just down over the embankment, basically, from where the terminal is. Yeah, he's like, there's no way in hell I'm putting the smoking section outside in the middle of winter. That's not happening. So every month they were getting a fine from the fire marshal, the city fire marshal's office.
Yeah, we couldn't smoke on campus either, but basically we didn't have a parking lot in our high school, so we parked out on the street. And if you walked across the street, that was a Methodist church, and we'd all just walk across the street and stand there and smoke all we wanted to. There wasn't a thing they could do about it.
Shit. When I was in high school, we'd wait till lunchtime. We wanted to get a smoke. We'd go over to the RTC room and stand down outside the back door of the RTC room, stand there smoking a cigarette with the one sergeant. He'd be down there smoking his pipe, and we'd be smoking cigarettes.
What we would do is we'd go to the old building. That's where the dark room was for photography class, and of course all the windows were painted black. You know, it had the big glass windows because it's an old school building, but they had them all painted over with black paint. We just cracked one of them a little bit. And go back in there and do it. Teacher wasn't going to come in the dark room because he didn't want to open up the door thinking somebody's developing film back there, you know.
My buddy Scott used to smoke doobies in the welding shop because they had the exhaust fans.
One guy at Greyhound, he was the janitor for the downstairs. He'd go smoke a doobie in the room where we kept the scrubbing machine because it was outside. You had to take the scrubber out through one of the dock wind doors where you would load the buses and go down to the end, and there was a door there, and you would put the floor scrubber in there. It was ventilated, and there was only 2 keys. He had one, and I had one. Nobody else had keys to that room. He'd go in there and he'd smoke a joint on his lunch break every day. Somebody turned him in for doing it, though. I don't know who. He ended up getting fired. No, it wasn't me. No, I wasn't there when he got busted. I found out about it a couple of days later. Some new guy turned him in.
He wouldn't share.
From my understanding, he told his boss, because his boss wasn't my boss. He technically worked for the driver's department, so the manager that oversaw the drivers and everything oversaw him too. And apparently somebody went and squealed to the driver manager, and he ended up getting fired. And they told him that he smelled like pot or something. And so they went and searched his locker and found it, and that was into him being there.
He was on the pot.
He had been there for years too, man. He was working there before I was.
Our bus driver, when I was a kid, he had a trash bucket next to his driver's seat, and he spit chewing it all the time. Yeah. There's chew spit all over the floor, all over this. Like he'd miss half the time.
Yeah. When we had the work picnic, it was at SeaWorld when it was SeaWorld still up near Cleveland before they turned it into Six Flags. And we didn't have the money to go, so he paid for us to go. He was a cool dude. I wasn't going to turn him in. I didn't care if he was smoking a joint on his break. He wasn't operating any heavy machinery or anything. His job was just to clean the downstairs where the drivers would sleep, like the little motel they had in the terminal for the drivers, and to clean the bathroom down there in the break rooms. That was all he did. Well, I never did get why he had a key to the damn machine scrubbing machine room in the first place. He didn't use it. Why? I don't know why he had a key to it, but he did. One of the guys on janitor detail, and he had all kinds of like porno mags and shit stashed in that room. You go in there, you'd have Penthouse and Playboy, and what the hell was the other one that was real big in the 80s?
Hustler.
Yeah, Hustler. That's what it was.
Don't ask me how I knew that.
We had them all at that party store.
And there was one of those adult stores down the street, and he had all the free preview brochures, basically, with all the pornos in it. This guy was a freaking goddamn pornoaholic, man. I hate to see what his house looked like.
One of my coworkers, he if it was slow, he'd just walk over to the newsstand before they wrapped him in plastic. He'd just sit there and thumb through them all.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Could read them right off the rack, basically.
yeah, and then every month the rep would come in, take out this month, put in next month's into the display, and he'd throw them all in this giant cardboard box and throw them in the back room. And the dude I worked with would take them home every month.
Well, I was working at Giant Eagle, every so often we sold books there too, like novels and stuff. And every so often, the rep for the publishing company would come in and they would take out all the books. Me and the store manager, he would give us books. All he needed was the UPC, so he'd tear the UPC out the paper bags and give me and my manager the books because he knew we would read like the Tom Clancy books and stuff like that. So he'd give them to us. He's like, all I need is this. Otherwise, we're just going to throw the book away once we get it back to the warehouse. I'm not going to take it somewhere else to sell it. She's like, you guys might as well have them. At least I know somebody's going to read it and it's not going to get wasted.
Makes sense.
Now I did work there during summers when I came home from college, and I'd take home a fistful of those magazines and take them up to college, and I'd take the most raunchy ones too, like names that you never heard of, and it was kind of funny.
So I took them across the street from a local high school and sold them to the high school kids.
It was either I was going to read one of those or I was going to see if they had the newest version of Mad Magazine because I wanted to read that too.
Oh yeah, I always had to solve the puzzle on the back.
Huge fan of Mad Magazine when I was younger.
Oh,
Remember the fold-ins that they would have on Mad? It would be one picture and you fold it over and it was
Yeah,
something
that's
else.
what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
In fact, my folks paid for me to have a subscription to that for the longest time. So,
Whenever I went to the grocery store
Mad
with
and
my,
crack.
with my mom. Yeah. Yep. Every time I went to the grocery store with my mom, I'm like, yeah, you got to, if I go with you, you got to buy me a Mad magazine. It's like, all right, get in the
and I still lived at home for a while when I started. I was working out at the plant then. I was 20, still fairly young. And now I was making money, so hell, I got me a subscription to Playboy. And Mom would just shake her head every time it'd come in the mail and say, "You got your magazine, kid."
Oh, my
And then I took to taping a bunch of the centerfolds onto the wall of my bedroom. And she said, "My God, kid, do you have to have that stuff on your wall?" So,
Does Playboy even do nudes anymore? I heard some places.
I don't know.
They don't They don't do
I haven't
nudies anymore.
read one in 20, 30 years, I don't think.
I forget. I was watching something they were talking about Playboy. The models are like in bathing suits or something now. I was like, the fuck?
I think I heard the same thing. Yeah, Dad had a subscription to Playboy, and of course we'd steal them and put them up on. We'd build forts out in the woods, and that would be the wallpaper.
Yeah, we did that. We had a tree house that was wallpapered with Playboy. I remember when I was real little, when my stepfather and my mother first got married, and we were going. Me and my brother, we were little. God, we had 5, 6 years old, I think. We're looking through stuff, and there was a Hustler magazine, and it was a woman sticking out of a meat grinder. My mother saw it. Was like, you don't need to be looking at that.
Yeah, but them had some of the funniest cartoons in them, though.
That's true.
Chester the Molester.
Yep. And Hustler was like the first one to like show like whack crap, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the one that Vanessa Williams got in trouble and had her Miss America crown stripped for? Or was that Penthouse?
I knew it was one of the porno mags. I don't remember which one. Might have
I
been
thought that
Penthouse.
was Penthouse.
Yeah, it was either Penthouse or Hustler. I know it wasn't Playboy because I didn't care about Playboy because there was a bunch of them that would be in Playboy over the years.
Well, the bad thing about Playboy is you had to sift through the genuine articles in there, too, because
Oh yeah, there was
actually some serious
serious
journalism going on
Yeah.
in those things, too. So that and, tips for the Playboy, to decorate his apartment, and trendy wines and all this stuff. It's like,
Playboy.
you skip the first 30 pages.
Playboy used to have some good articles on like TVs and stuff in there, with TV recommendations and.
Well, they
reviews
always
on
had the
them.
Playboy interview each month, and that was usually
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, they get people like Stephen King and stuff giving their politicians. Crazy.
Speaking of fiction, they always had the letters to Penthouse letters.
Oh, I remember we would go to my friend's house when we were like in junior high, and if his parents would go somewhere for the evening and I was spending the night, he'd go into his parents' room and get his dad's penthouses. And we would read stuff out of the Penthouse forum out loud to each other.
Mhm.
And the Hustler humor, like you said, the cartoons, but then they had the jokes and stuff.
Playboy had good cartoons too.
Somebody was either in the 80s or early 90s did a song Dear Penthouse based on the Penthouse forum. It was pretty funny. They used to play it on the one radio station in Pittsburgh all the time, and they got in trouble for playing the song.
Then there was a Playboy channel on cable for a while.
Yeah.
Or if you had satellite, then
Oh.
you got the Playboy channel. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a big deal till I went overseas the first time and I saw some of the stuff that passes for television in Germany. It's like,
Uh-huh.
holy shit, this is pornography where I live.
Lord, remember HBO when they would show commercials from around the world on there?
Mhm.
Fucking UK women walking around topless in orange juice commercials. Totally different standard of TV over there than what we got here. We have all the violence, they have all the nudity.
Well, my cousin, he was over in Germany for a while. He came back and he was telling us about some of the stuff. He said, it's the weirdest thing. You go to like a swimming pool or something like that. In America, the men and the women have their separate dressing rooms. He said, there in Germany, they just all changed into their swimsuits by the side of the pool. He said, nudity wasn't anything anybody worried about. They just got dressed.
They still have bathhouses over there where men and women are naked in the same basic giant bathtub. Not like the bathhouses that Obama went to.
Oh, wow.
Big Mike?
No, the other Obama. Well, he might have met Big Mike there. Yeah, we're going up on 5 hours. I am not going 6, so we're gonna have to call this. It's going on 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I got a presentation to do for work tomorrow, so I should probably head out.
Yeah, what time you got to get up for that?
Later.
Maybe I'll just stay up. I don't know.
Yeah, quitter says the guy on the Pacific time out there. We're
I
Yeah,
probably
like
will
9
stay
o'clock
up
at
for a
night.
while.
I'm gonna get up at 8.
So, anything you
I'll
want
try
to
to
plug
be in
here?
bed by 8. What?
Got anything you want to plug?
Oh, I suppose I got something I ought to plug. Let's see. Foul Territory, Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central, the time zone that really matters. Hopefully everybody can be there, but that's a ways off. So anyway, good show, Rich. Thanks for inviting me. And everybody, and that is DM Foss, the one person in the audience.
Well, Moo's out there, but Moo's
have
in
a
here
great,
too. So
well, Moo's out there and in here. Anyway, everybody have a good week and stay safe. See you later. Give him the bird.
yeah, you got it in this time before I played the outro.
That's right.
All right, what about you, Moo?
I don't really have anything. You guys, good talking to you, and everybody have a good week.
You guys remember a little bit while ago when Snob was trying to get us going for 4 hours and I cut it before 4 hours? I was looking at the timestamp on that earlier. It was 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds flat.
Wow.
So I got him by a second. He was determined he was going to make us go 4 hours.
Which is pretty good considering sometimes StreamYard don't quit right when you hit that button.
Uh-huh.
Has a tendency to have a time delay.
Yeah, I couldn't have hit that any more perfect if I tried.
That's why sometimes when I'm doing my outro music on my shows, sometimes I miss the end of it. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just hard to time it perfect.
Yeah, I know. It gets to be real annoying. Yeah. And with that said, I guess I better. Huh?
You still have 2.5 minutes.
Man, I don't care. I got to play the outro yet, so that's only 18 seconds.
Oh, that's right.
But that's only 18 seconds.
Oh, mine's longer.
Yeah.
I think mine's 35.
Intro's 30.
Or maybe the intro's 35. I can't remember what the outro. No, 52 is the outro. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because I got a bunch of scrolling credits on there because I
yeah.
list
don't
all
have-
my patrons and stuff. So
I have 4. I don't have enough to. It wouldn't take up much time to list them.
well, not patrons, channel members, I guess.
I don't have channel members. I'm not monetized, so I can't have those fancy channel members.
If you were watching Foul Territory and you heard me say that Tim S became a channel member, I was mistaken. I completely misread the chat. So.
Whoops.
Yeah, he had clicked the link to join my reviews channel, and I saw that come up, or I saw the email come in, and I mistakenly thought that I saw he subscribed, and I kind of, for some reason, I was thinking, oh, he became a channel member. Because I did have, Defense Dad did become a channel member. And so I told Tim, I sent him an email afterwards apologizing for it, and I said, you can keep the wrench. I won't take it away from you.
Patreon cost me 3 patrons.
Wow.
Well, they banned Obi, and then you and Snob quit. So.
Yeah. Well, if you'd get monetized, and
Got to have 1,000 subs before that'll happen. I get up to 325, and then I lose subs. So I can't get past 325.
Or you could open up something else. I mean, I'd join you somewhere else probably, but this is just easier. But yeah, some people don't qualify for it, which I heard that may change the numbers that you have to qualify may be coming down. That's just a rumor, though.
Well, back in
I
the
can't
day,
tell you
didn't
where I
have-
heard it, but
Yeah, back in the day, there was no subscriber limit. You just had to have a certain number of videos and whatnot.
yeah,
They
but
changed that.
it's 1,000 subs now and 2,000 watch hours. I heard a rumor that they're getting ready to change it, and it's going to be they're going to do it to where if you're halfway there, then you'll get some of the features. So keep your chin up. It may be changing here soon.
With my luck, they'll change it to 500. It's not nowhere near that either. 175.
Oh, you just went over 5 hours. Now you got to keep
Yeah.
going.
No.
We can keep you talking.
Foss says the man is keeping you down. That's possible considering some of the topics that come up on this show.
Ooh, show your boobs. There you go.
Uh-huh. I don't have any of those. I got pectoral muscles. I don't have the fat.
Just
like,
go
I'm not
somewhere.
snob.
Go somewhere where there's a bunch of knives and just start shooting shorts. That's what I did. Start picking up random knives and twirling them around for 15 seconds.
It would help if I could get out the shot, I think, one of these times. That's when the guys all jumped up in their subs after they went to shot. Started making those contacts and stuff, which that was before they set the limit on shot, wasn't it? Where you had to have certain, or did somebody help them get in? I can't remember.
Yeah, because 2019 it wasn't quite so hard to get in.
Yeah.
But the first time I tried, which was 2020, I think. No, 2019 too. Because I got denied and G-Webs couldn't believe that I was turned down. And so I sent an email asking why, and they said, well, we've changed our rules and you have to have 1,000 subs to. That's one of the considerations for going to shot. And it's like, well, that's BS.
Yeah, G-Web's got you in the first time, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. I actually went in. My badge said Daily Gun Show the first year I went. Still have that badge.
Yeah. If I could get the funds, probably have one of you guys get me in, maybe. Because you can get
Go
in
as somebody's. You can go as crew.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how G-Web's got you in, wasn't it? As crew.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. You have one person. The main contact can go in. You can bring in, I think, 2 people as crew, 2 or 3. I can't remember.
That's how I get my wife in on Great American Outdoor Show. Is I have her as a crew member.
Yeah.
Because she takes pictures, the Instagram pictures that I've put up from the Great American Outdoor Show last year. Those were mostly taken by my wife. She's the one that did the photography part.
I mean, all you got to do is take a picture too. I say, see, he's my crew. They never question it anyway for crew members.
And Great American Outdoor Show, if you're media, you don't have to pay to get in.
Oh no, you don't at shot. Well, they don't charge anybody admission, but NRAM they do. But if you're media, you don't pay at NRAM either.
I got my approval for media. I just don't have any way to get there. Which sucks.
Say, if you're an NRA member or if you're willing to pay for a membership at the door, you can go to NRAM.
Oh, I'm a lifetime member. I've had that for years.
Even Wanamaker, I believe typically it's $16 a day, but when you had a media pass, you never had to buy a entry except for the very last year. For some reason, they got confused and made us buy badges. So,
yeah, Great American Outdoor Show for media, they like you to have 500, but because I'm a life member of the NRA, they gave me the media badge anyway last year. And then the Pennsylvania Home and Garden Show, when we went to that, we were going to have media passes for the next day. We didn't bother going because it wasn't worth going. It was mostly contractors. It was a contractor show. home and garden show, usually you have like a big garden section where they have gardening and demonstrations and stuff, and then they'll have like tool vendors and stuff. Not this one. It was all contractors. There was 2 people selling plants. That was the extent of the gardening part. If we would have went back, there would have been all of 2 people I would have wanted to talk to put a video up. 2.
Yeah.
It wasn't worth the time to bother going. The one was place where they make sheds out of used cargo containers. Like the ones that they use on the cargo ships, those real big steel containers.
Yeah.
Those were really cool. They had some of those set up. They had little demonstration models of those set up. They were really cool what they do to them. And another one was Vintage Arcade Game Machine Company, where they take modern computer equipment, make the old style cabinets like the arcade games had, and make recreations of old arcade games. They can have up to 20 games on one of those machines, like Pac-Man, Space Invaders, or whatever, any game from that era all the way up to the early 90s. They could make you a custom machine on, which was kind of cool. But like I said, it wasn't worth going back just for 2 interviews, having to wait in line and all this other shit. So we went to Bass Pro Shop instead.
Don't blame you.
We walked in there. I thought my wife was going to have a heart attack how big it was. She was expecting someplace like the size of Dick's. Like, no.
I love Cabela's and Bass Pro. Those are fun places because there's so much to see.
She had never been to either Cabela's or Bass Pro.
Fishing stuff, camping stuff, hunting stuff, gun stuff, and then there's the beef jerky and all the food back in one corner. It's like, oh, there's something for everybody in here.
Oh, speaking of, I got something to show you that I got in Bass Pro that eventually is going to make it into the backdrop. So if I turn my camera on. Hold on. I'll be right back in a second.
Meanwhile, this silence is brought to you by Rich White at Unloaded Media. So see Rich White for all of your silence needs. This message brought to you by GizzardGary.com. While you're at it, no, this show is not having a hiatus. Our host has left, and we have mutinied and taken over the show. So
I didn't go that far.
If you would like to send your Gorn to unloadedmedia@gmail.com.
Check this out.
Cool.
Yeah, let's go.
What is that now?
It's the Second Amendment with the Minuteman.
Right, but is that a sign or what?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
wooden sign. See,
Oh,
wooden planks.
that's cool.
Oh, there you go.
They wanted. It was only $35.
That's not bad.
No, it's like I can get that and use it as a backdrop. Once I get it hung up, it's got the slots in the.
Still
wood
got the
here.
price tag on it.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just the UPC. It didn't. No, it does have a price too. Yeah, we had to go
Dang,
find somebody
I can
because they
see
didn't
it
have
from
any.
here.
They didn't have any. Well, the way the light was in it, I couldn't see the price tag itself to glare from this angle. But yeah, they didn't even have a price on the marked on the front of it. And you know how they do the display on the wall, and I didn't know if I was allowed to take it off the wall to look see if it had a price tag on the back or not. So we had to get somebody to figure out what the price on the dang thing was. Yeah, that's going to go right here somewhere. Back here.
Yeah, that'd be a good place for it.
Yeah. So I saw that on the wall. I was like, oh, I want that.
That's just it. The main wall behind me is closet doors, and you can only hang so much off a closet door.
Yeah. That is true. Oops. That's right. I had closed YouTube. So
It's 10 minutes after 5, and we're still going, ladies and gentlemen.
And we had already done our outros and everything. But Yeah, we're talking about start talking about bass porn. That reminded me about that. I was like, oh, let me go grab that.
So, welcome to Monday Morning with Rich White.
It's been Monday morning here for an hour and 42 minutes. But no, I do got to get off of here. So I don't know how much longer my 2-in-1 can keep going.
Maybe it doesn't know how to shut off. It's good
It's not
luck.
blowing off any hot air. It's handled,
We are.
Yeah, we damn sure are. But yeah, it's a little warm, but it's not where you can't touch it. It's a good little
Can't
laptop,
touch this.
Do.
and it costs a fraction of your MacBook.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm basically doing the same thing you do with your MacBook. I got my monitor, my webcam, and all that plugged into it. Keyboard, mouse. So,
Can you grab it and throw it in your backpack? Because I can my MacBook.
it's a laptop, Gary. Yes, it's a 15.6-inch laptop.
Oh, mine's
That
much
also-
smaller than that.
Then it also turns into a tablet. You
I
can't
have
do
a
that with your MacBook.
I have a tablet. I have an iPad.
See, I don't need to. I got one device that does both.
Oh, my phone will do all this stuff, but
Yeah, I got one of those too. So, yeah, little 2-in-1, $800 and some normal price. Got it for $400 on sale at Best Buy back to school sale. Yeah, it hasn't been that cheap since. Somebody playing a lullaby, or am I hearing things?
no, it's my damn watch telling me that it's wind down time because it thinks
Oh.
my bedtime is 1:30 in the morning. I got news for it. That's my target, quote unquote, bedtime. I
Stupid
never
Apple
go to
trying
bed by then.
Apple try and tell you to go to bed.
I have it set up for a sleep schedule thing because when you do that, then it automatically puts it in do not disturb mode. Plus, it tracks the amount of time you sleep and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And
well,
it's just trying to keep me honest as to not staying up all night. But I'm the one who set the reminder, so I'm the only one I have to answer to. So if I don't feel like going to bed, it's just like, yeah, don't think so.
I just saw Foss's comment out there. But to be honest, I don't know why they call them 2-in-1 because it actually has 4 different modes that it can be used in. You can use it in your standard laptop mode. You can do it in stand-up mode, which would basically use the keyboard as a base and then have the screen where it's standing up, just so it looks just like a monitor. Then they have what they call tent mode, which you're supposed to use like if you're showing something on it to somebody else. It makes it to where the screen shows better. And then they have tablet mode. Isn't that technically a 4-in-1, not a 2-in-1?
And then you've got mine where the laptop is folded up and sitting in a stand and it's just hooked to a monitor.
Yeah.
So
well,
it's actually operating as a desktop.
yeah. Well, mine right now is folded up, sitting on top of my non-operational desktop, being used as a desktop. So, you know.
But no, I got something powerful enough it would do everything I wanted. So I can take it on trips or it can also serve as a desktop computer. I wanted to buy once and cry once. And
The 2-in-1 generally stays upstairs in our bedroom as my upstairs computer. You know, people read before they go to sleep. With my vision and stuff, books are hard for me to read because how small the print is. So I use that to read on. And then if we're going somewhere, like when we went to Great American Outdoors Show, we went to the Pennsylvania Lawn and Garden Show, that went with us. For me, if I had to use my computer for anything, I had that because that's a full-fledged Apple computer. I mean, not Apple. I've said Apple because it's a full-fledged Windows computer.
Wishful thinking.
No, it's not wishful. My daughter, somebody had given her a MacBook Pro a few years ago, and then it got ruined because the cat peed on it. I had to use that at one point because the video card in my laptop went bad. It wasn't a bad computer. Would I want to use it as my daily driver constantly? To be honest with you, no. There's stuff that on that I couldn't do that I can do on a Windows machine, to be perfectly honest.
Like
Gaming. The games I play, there generally isn't an Apple version for them.
That may be. But for editing video and stuff like that, like I do, you can't hardly beat it.
I can edit video on my desktop. So when it's I can edit video on that little one. I mean, your MacBook could probably be faster than that at editing video, but it can do it.
Well, yeah. I have no doubt it could do it. It's just going to be slow. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be super slow. I mean, it's not a slow CPU that's in there.
No, it's a graphics component to slow you down for video editing.
Yeah.
You got to have a dedicated.
Well, it depends on it depends on how you got your computer set up too. But yeah, generally speaking, your video card is what's going to anymore. But you can render off of the CPU.
I'm gonna say basically Snob and Sarge are both Mac people, and I never thought I'd live to see that day. So.
No, but having used one before, just there's stuff that I can't do on a Mac that I want to.
And I didn't even push him toward it. Basically, Snob's the one who talked me into upgrading my Mac.
We lost Moo.
Oh no! That's just you and me and you and me and the mouse on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. Foss says the last Apple he used was an Apple IIe. God, yeah, I had one of those. I used one of those in high school.
Yeah. That's going a ways back.
That was one where the monitor and the tower were the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I used one of those in science class in high school.
I think there's one of those in the museum up in Topeka.
Yeah, there's so many of those out there that somebody tried pawning one on Pawn Stars and they wouldn't take it because of how many there are still out there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the good one, Jay's 2 cents. A couple weeks ago, he bought a Commodore 64. So remember those?
Yeah. The 64s and the pets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He bought one just for nostalgia because he kept telling his kids about how he had this Commodore 64 and they would just look at him like he was dumb. They didn't understand what it was. So he bought one to show them, and he had it on his channel.
Yeah, it's back in those days. There was. Most people didn't have Windows on their computers.
Windows wasn't a thing yet.
Pure DOS mode. And if you wanted to start Windows, you had to go buy it, and then you had to type Win to start up the GPU, and it took forever to load up, if it load up. And it didn't do much once it did.
No.
File manager. But it had a GUI. You could move a mouse around.
Yeah, the first Windows 3.1 came out, late 80s, early 90s?
Then I had a boss out at work that had the original Macintosh, and I was like, what kind of funky thing is this? A little tiny screen. Mm-hmm. You could do really cool things with it.
I remember the first laptops? The screen about the size of an oscillator on it.
Suitcase, yeah.
Yeah. A little CRT screen, maybe 4 inches if you're lucky?
Mm-hmm.
Man, things have changed.
Yep. We're still here.
First computer I had was a TRS-80.
Well, I played on one of those. I didn't have it when my friend did. We stored the games and stuff on cassette tapes.
Yeah, cassette or cartridge. They had cartridges like an Atari cartridge, only bigger and wider.
It's just had a cassette player that had wires going to it, basically. And
the cartridge was built into the side of it. It had a cartridge slot on the left-hand side that you would put the cartridge.
This one didn't. It had a separate player, and it took 30 minutes to load a damn game on that.
Oh, thing. You had to a lot of the games if you didn't write them right then and there and just play them off of you writing them, yeah, you had to save them to audio cassette. But you had to basically program your own game to run or type in the program for it before you could even play it.
Yep. We still had fun with them though.
Oh yeah. That's how a lot of people learned coding, was having one of those, because you would learn how to code the game by typing in the code all the time, and eventually you would start realizing, hey, this is what makes this work and this is what makes that work.
Well, I was 14 when I saw my first electronic calculator, and I remember all us kids in school, somebody brought it in and thought, this is the coolest thing. You can just put numbers in it and press buttons and it gives you the answer. And of course, we'd
Yeah.
have to check it each time to make sure it's correct. Yep, that's right.
Yep. And in contrast, when I was in 8th grade, I had a calculator on my wristwatch.
Oh, I remember those.
It was a Casio.
Casio, yeah. I had one for a while.
We were allowed to use calculators in math class because I wasn't taking basic math. I was taking algebra 1 in 8th grade, and we were allowed to use calculators for certain equations and stuff. So my teacher was like, okay, I'll allow it. She's like, if you would have been taking regular math, you would not be allowed to wear that in this class. So I got away with having the calculator watch because I was in the smart kids class.
Let's see, there he had to look up logarithms and shit out of a damn table in a book, which took forever.
Mm.
Sine, cosine, tangent, all that shit.
Well, that was later. That was in algebra. That would have been trigonometry and calculus when you got into that shit.
Yeah.
By that point, we had scientific calculators that we were using. Well, hell, 8th grade, we had scientific calculator issued to us too. Now I think about
I
it.
had this TI calculator that you could program to do various steps, and you could program up to 50 steps into it. Now that was really cool.
Yeah, we had Texas Instruments scientific calculators in 8th grade. For trig and calculus, we had graphing calculators. That was when they came out with those, where you could actually graph all your plots and everything right there on the calculator.
We had that in college. We actually had a color plotter, and we had these programs we could make that plot out graphs, and then we print them. We thought that was so cool my freshman year of college.
Tell you what, those graphing calculators were nice.
We do
For that time
things where
period,
it'd make
man.
it look like a spirograph and shit like that. You remember the old spirographs?
Oh yeah, yeah. We had to do that in calculus. That was fun. Trying to figure out all the plot points and everything using all that silliness that I've never once used outside of high school. But even when I was in college, I never used any of that shit. Like, why did I have to take this math class for something that I'm never going to use?
Yeah, my calculator watch, I was seeing Foss's comment, my calculator watch ended up getting wet and ruined too. Not too long after I got it.
Mine was water resistant. I used to wear
Oh.
it during swim meets and stuff because I was on the swim team.
I went swimming and forgot I had it on until I was underwater. It's like, uh-oh.
Mine had 200-meter water resistance. You could actually time your dive times and stuff on it. It was kind of like your prototype dive computer, like divers have now. They have that computer there that can time all that. But it was marketed as a calculator watch, but you could use it for that kind of stuff. It wasn't technically a dive watch, even though you could use it for one in a pinch, I guess.
Then after that, there were so many cheap digital watches.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody had one for a while. And then people got tired of them and went back to analog watches.
You know what I mean? Like this one?
And then for years and years, I'll bet you there was about 10 years that I didn't wear a watch at all. Because I started realizing all I had to do is get my phone out of my pocket and look, see what time it was. Like, well, why am I wearing a watch? So
I don't like not having a watch. I feel naked without having a watch on.
then about 5 years ago, I bought my first Apple Watch and thinking I'm going to hate having a watch because I haven't been wearing them. But now I feel lost if I don't have my watch on again. So I guess if times change, just wait a while, they'll change back. So
I don't think I've been without a daily wear watch since I started 6th grade.
wow.
I can't remember a time where I didn't have a watch that if unless my watch was broken or something, but it wouldn't be long before I got a new one to replace it. I just feel, like I said, I feel naked if I'm not wearing one. Just, I don't know why. It just feels weird not having it.
Yep, we're slaves. We're slaves now to our technology, I tell you.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, I can't stand wearing rings, but I got this silicone ring that I wear. Can't stand. If it were metal, I would not be wearing it. I cannot stand wearing a metal ring.
Yeah, I don't wear any rings.
Oh, you're not married either.
No, no.
No, but for the longest time, I wasn't wearing a wedding ring until I got the silicone one.
I've tried a few of those silicone rings, but they never fit right.
Have you tried the Groove Life one?
Not that particular one, no.
They're pretty good. I bet, and they got a hell of a warranty on them.
But my last wedding ring was actually titanium, believe it or not. And I liked it. Still have it for a sec goes, but I ain't
This
wearing
one-
it no more.
This one, I forget I'm wearing it. It's like the silicone bracelets, but I'll forget I'm wearing it because it's so light and it bends with you. When you bend, it bends. So I forget I'm wearing it. If I don't look at my hand, I don't even feel it. I mean, it's super light. I think that's one of the reasons I don't like wearing rings is the weight of them. And then I actually saw one of my shop teachers get his finger torn off because the one toy he was using caught on his ring and it just ripped his finger off.
Yeah.
So there's that too. So there might be something psychological behind that too. Whereas this one, if it gets caught on something, it's just going to tear it. It's going to tear it off because it's made for that. It's made to be a safety ring. That's why I got this new one. The one I was wearing, the thin blue line one that I had, is back in this case because one of the cats, we were playing around and his claw caught the ring and tore the ring. And they sent me this one, no charge,
Wow.
replacement. So that's what I said. I mean, I got the review of their belt, but I should do a review on the ring. Their rings are really nice. It's their Groove Life. They make a really nice silicone ring. You might be able to find them in a store near you too. You don't have to order off their website. They do sell to the vendors and stuff. So that's how I found this one. Was we went to a store down in Winchester that sells uniforms. My wife was looking for some scrubs, and they had that marked down to like $25. So I'm like, I'll get it and try it. The one I got on now is like $44, I think, for it with shipping and tax, if I remember right. So they don't cost a whole lot either.
I've seen the commercials.
Yeah. So they do bands for iWatches too. The Apple Watch, whatever they call
I
it.
still have the one that came with this.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
If you're ever looking for a new one, check out their website because they have all kinds of like different patterns and stuff on them. So, and they're not too expensive. So
I've tried the fancier bands, the metal bands, and they leave marks on your wrist and everything else. And yeah, last time I bought a watch, you spend hundreds of dollars on it. It's like, I don't want to spend another $30, $40 on a band. I can use this rubber thing.
I wish they made Samsung watch bands because I'd get one of those from her. We keep getting her the ones on that Amazon sells, and she keeps ripping the damn things at work. I told her I need to get her one of the damn metal ones.
Yeah.
Because her watch keeps getting caught on the one machine, and she ends up tearing the band.
Dang. Better be careful.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not going to hurt her. It's not a moving machine. It's just the one part of it when she has to do the one thing. I forget what part she said, but it's just a little lip on it, and it keeps catching her watch and tearing it right where the watch and the band itself meet. Keeps tearing right at that spot. Right, basically right where the pin is that holds the band on the watch.
Mm-hmm.
And being that it has those captured pins, instead of pulling the pin apart, which is the safety feature on that, it's tearing the watch band instead. I keep having to get her new watch bands. I told her I'm going to see about getting her one of those metal mesh ones to see if that holds up better. And then she starts, well, I need a new watch anyway. It's like, we don't got $400 to buy you a new goddamn watch.
That's good money, woman. Shit.
That right now, let's get caught up on Bill's money.
Yeah.
It's bad enough I had to buy a new motherboard.
At least you didn't have to buy a fatherboard.
I see you out there with your running count. You're basically in the after chat right now, folks.
Looks like it's still live to me, folks.
No. This generally would be the conversations we'd be having in the after chats.
What's going to be funny is when we find out that Foss isn't out there anymore.
Well, he was just commented
Yeah.
about the Groove Life stuff.
He's probably wondering, are these guys ever going to quit?
Yeah, we will eventually. Mo did say goodnight in the private chat.
Yeah, he did.
Just saw that. Yeah, he's got to get up for work in the morning, that loser. That wage slave.
He's still out there.
Who is Moo or Faust?
No, Foss.
Can't get rid of him. Yeah, he's on that Pacific time, man. It's only 11 o'clock for him.
Yeah, I know. It ain't even late out there.
Here, it's 2 freaking o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, I definitely do got to get off of here. So, with that, we will finally say goodnight at 5.5 hours. Been saying it since we hit 4 hours. But pretty much I have been saying since we hit 4 hours. So we only went 1.5 hours over what I wanted.
Yeah.
So, hell, that's par for the course for this. And usually it's Moo's fault because you notice it was right around the time Moo jumped in.
Moo always causes trouble.
Uh-huh. Moo's just a troublemaker. That's all
He is.
All right. Well, Faust, I'm going to show you something that you've seen because you've made it. So, till next weekend, well, technically Friday probably, but Friday's the weekend, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have any reason not to make your show this week coming up, I hope.
Oh, I hope you make it.
Well, lately it's been hit or miss. Yeah, not Tuesday nights.
That's Tuesday nights, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, with that, have a good night, everybody. We will catch you all later.